thank you for contributing to 2000 Measure A for the past 20 years.
Recording in progress.
I'm looking at your thing.
I'm just gonna wait for Elaine to. Yeah. No worries. Elaine, just let me know when we're. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. No worries. Well, that's good. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, the VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, May 1st is called to order. A few safety reminders. Please identify your nearest exit, and for everyone's safety, please do not block the exit doors. The nearest AED is by the public table in the back. The restrooms are outside the double doors adjacent to the reception area. And in the unlikely event we need to evacuate, our assembly area is in the plaza outside of the building's double doors as shown on the screen. The address of our meeting location will also be shown on the screen. Welcome to the members of the public who have joined us. We appreciate everyone who has come here tonight, and we look forward to hearing from anyone who wishes to address the board. I do want to remind folks about our code of conduct and the respectful environment we strive to maintain. I will ask people to refrain from chanting, yelling, applauding, or booing. And we do reserve the right to address any disruptions and ask folks to leave the meeting, which I hope won't be necessary. For those looking to address the board, you're encouraged to complete a blue speaker card, which are at the public information table at the back. Please submit the completed card to staff before the item is heard. Virtual attendees can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in. And we'll follow our ordinary practice of inviting those who are here in person to speak first, followed by those who are on Zoom. And I will also add that if we have folks, which we've done a couple of times, to be flexible, if we have folks who are here to speak on any of the closed session items, I will allow public comment during the public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, so folks don't have to wait for the entire meeting. We do limit that time to 30 minutes. And if we need to cut off public comment to get to the rest of the items, folks will have additional time for public comment at the regular time for that item. To my colleagues, please keep your mics muted until you're ready to speak. And please call my attention if you wish to speak by raising your hand or turning on the red light on your mic. Elaine, could you please call the roll?
test. Sorry about that. Abekoga? Absent. Arenas? Absent. Alternate member Bozo? Absent. Ex officio Burt? Present. Board member Candelas?
Here.
Board member Cohen? Absent. Alternate board member Young? Board member Foley?
Here.
Board member Jane?
Here.
Board member Kamei?
Here.
Alternate board member McAllister? Absent. Alternate board member Montano? Present. Alternate board member Moore? Absent. Alternate board member Mulcahy?
Present.
Board member Sal?
Present.
Board member Turner?
Here.
Board member Weinberg?
Here.
Thank you. Vice Chairperson Mahan? Absent. Chair Lopez?
Here. Thank you.
We have a quorum.
Thanks so much. Moving on to item 1.2, which is orders of the day. And for the record, I want to mention that we added the following item 7.3.x to receive an update on regional transportation measure and public opinion polling, and item 9.1.d.x closed session on anticipated litigation. The addenda are at your place and in the public binder. Staff is requesting to place item 7.4, BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 update on consent, and to remove closed session items 9.1a, which is conference with real property negotiators, and 9.1.b, conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation. And I'm recommending we place on consent 7.1, congestion management program, work program, and biennial budget. Are there any other requested changes from colleagues? If not, staff, do we have any other changes? Okay. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the orders of the day?
Chair.
Second.
Chair. This is.
Yes.
I was planning to pull the AG report on financial risks, number 6.16.
Okay. So adding that, pulling that item. Could I have a motion and a second to approve these orders of the day?
Move approval.
Second.
Foley and Turner. Could we can do a voice vote? Yeah. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That passes. Now we're moving on to item number 2, awards and commendation, and we'll take 2.1 and 2.2 together. It's the board's privilege to recognize and acknowledge the hard work and the dedication of our employees of the quarter and of our retirees with more than 25 years of service. And before I ask for the presentation from Chief People Officer Sonia Morrison, can I ask if we have any public comment for items 2.1 and 2.2?
Yes, Chair. We do have 2 hands raised over Zoom. We'll begin with Erin, followed by Theodora. Erin, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, VTA board. I hope you are all having a fantastic day. I just had a comment about Senate Bill 63, and I would like to express my support for a regional transit measure to fund transit across the Bay Area, which could not only help prevent cuts, but also even support service expansions. As a user of BART, Caltrain...
I'm sorry, this may be for a later item. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is specifically for items 2.1 and 2.2, which is honoring our employees of the quarter and our commendations for retirements. So we will have, I believe, an opportunity on that item. Is there
Theodora,
another?
please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good evening, Board of Directors. I just want to give a special recognition to one of the retirees, Tracy Crenshaw, former Assistant Board Secretary, and just say how truly missed she is by her former team, the board office, and what an exceptional employee she was. That's all. Thank you. Have a good evening.
There are no more hands raised.
Thank you very much. We'll close public comment and go over to Sonia.
Good evening, Chair Lopez and members of the board. It is my distinct pleasure, it's my favorite part of the month, is presenting the employees of the quarter and the supervisor of the quarter and the retirement commendations. So we're going to start this evening with employee and supervisor of the quarter. And first I would like to welcome Griffin. Griff is a bus operator from the Sheboygan Division. He's the Operations Award winner for the second quarter. His colleagues note that he played a pivotal role in the success of the electronic driver daily logbook project, from testing the product, finding deficiencies within the system, and offering solutions to improve quality for the benefit of his peers. He is a dedicated employee who often checks in with the Operations Control Center, or OCC, to see if there's extra work that needs to be covered. Griff is known to be one of the hardest working employees in his division, who takes pride in what he does. Congratulations, Griff. You're our operations employee second quarter of 2025. Next, we have Val Sowell. Val is the assistant superintendent. Val is the Assistant Superintendent for Service Management and is the Supervisor Award winner for the second quarter. His colleagues note that his humility and professionalism demonstrate what a supervisor represents. Val is a well-respected leader who fosters approachability and serves as a mentor for several employees, making him an invaluable asset to the service management team. He's known to have streamlined numerous tasks within the department and is constantly seeking ways to improve efficiency. His team states that Val's humor and dedication make them love what they do. And on another note, Val is part of a VTA family, so he joins his wife Salote, who was awarded Supervisor of the Quarter last year. Congratulations. Next, we have Amandeep Singh, Service Mechanic for the North Division Maintenance. Amandeep is our Maintenance Award winner for the second quarter. He has been an exceptional VTA employee since starting in 2017 as a bus operator. He was nominated by a number of peers who noticed that he has a strong work ethic and is always willing to lend a hand and support his colleagues. They state his commitment to excellence and approachable demeanor creates a positive and productive work environment for everyone around him. And tonight he is also part of the VTA family, and he has welcomed a new wife, sorry, Manpreet. He has welcomed a new son with Manpreet, who is also a VTA employee just very recently. Congratulations. Okay, not marrying anybody else off. Moving on, thank you very much to all their service for everybody. Now we have our retirement commendations. So tonight we have with us Tracine Crenshaw. It's coming up right now. Tracine was the assistant board secretary, and she's commended for her exceptional professionalism, leadership, and dedication throughout her career with VTA. She began her VTA career in 1997 as a board assistant, and was later promoted to Assistant Board Secretary in 2014. She played a vital role in supporting the Board of Directors and its committees. Her calm demeanor, mentorship, and dedication to ensuring smooth governance processes have earned her the deep respect of colleagues and board members alike. During the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, she was instrumental in transitioning board and committee meetings to a virtual format, ensuring continuity and public engagement. The VTA Board of Directors expresses its deepest appreciation for her outstanding service and wishes her a fulfilling and well-deserved retirement. She provided 27 distinguished years of service and was an asset to VTA. Congratulations. We also have, I believe, one other retiree online, so virtually, but not here tonight. Lewis Miller, a technical trainer. Lewis displayed exceptional commitment and dedication to his duties, consistently upholding high professional standards. He played a key role in training both new and veteran operators, sharing his experience and expertise to enhance their skills and confidence. Recognized for his knowledge in teaching commercial driving skills to VTA employees, he contributed to the development of a highly skilled workforce. His mentorship and dedication to continuous improvement fostered a supportive learning environment. Lewis's professionalism and contributions are truly commendable. He provided 34 years of distinguished service. Congratulations on your retirement. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks so much, Sonia. A sincere thank you and congratulations to all of our honorees today for all of their commitment and service to this board and this agency. Now, with public comment, we'll go on to public comment for persons desiring to address the board on any item within the board's jurisdiction that is not on the agenda. Additionally, as I mentioned, we will also give folks the option if they wish to speak on one of the closed session items, which also includes labor negotiations. We will give them the option of addressing, so folks don't have to stay for the entire meeting. If we run past the 30 minutes that we have allotted, then people will have an opportunity to address during the closed session public comment. The law does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda except in special circumstances. And at this time, we'll take public comment from those who are here in person. I'll start with speaker cards. You're encouraged to fill out one of the blue speaker cards in the back. Please be respectful of those providing comments and remember our code of conduct. Each person will be given 1 minute for their remarks. So I'll start with the cards. I encourage you to fill out any others, and after our in-person speakers, we'll go online. First is Frank Dutra, and then Celestina Molina, and then Lupe Medrano.
I'm basically an operator, been doing it for about 28 years, and I'd like to invite the board members. Yeah. The board members who have never actually used our transit system to get out there and use it, preferably like a late night 22, a late night 66, something like that, that would give you kind of an understanding of what we operators have to deal with. The reason why I'm here too is I'm feeling like, I don't know if it's board members or VTA itself, is lying to the public. You're not negotiating with us. I'm a member of ATU. We're one of the 4 contracts that have not been settled yet. We keep getting told, oh, we're negotiating, but they're not doing anything. We haven't received anything for a month from VTA. So I'd like to remind you that we're not just union members, we're constituents as well. I'm a resident of San Jose. The one person that I can help take out of office isn't here. And so I remind you that we're constituents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Celestina. Followed by Lupe Medrano and then Angelina Silva.
Good evening. I'm so sorry. Good evening. My name is Celestina Malina, and I'm Santa Clara Valley Medical Center employee and one of Valley Medical Center shuttle riders. Shuttle stopped service on January 13th this year. It was connecting transportation between Diridon Station and Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Shuttle had 17 rides per day. This could be reduced to 8 per day, aligning with ACE train, and instead of bus, a smaller transit shuttle could be used. Please consider our request. We can work on scheduling and other logistics to make it work best. Our petition has 89 signatures. According to hospital representatives, we had 35 regular shuttle users, and other participants are potential riders when service reopens. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to tell you about our issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Jay, Tyree, would you mind following up with our commenter? Thank you very much. Our staff will follow up. Thank you.
Okay, gotcha. Hello? Oh, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'm here to congratulate VTA on its efforts to make paratransit, our experiences on paratransit better than what they have been. But I will have to say that I wish that VTA would honor its word in saying that they want to lessen the time on board for us clients. We know that nobody's perfect, but we can still try to make things better for everybody. And again, I would like to also remind you that I did say on February 29th of 2023 that we need to have transparency, accountability, respect, and compassion for all of its clients. So please keep those things in mind when you form your policies and what have you. So hopefully we can help those who do not have a voice, like the mentally challenged, dementia patients, people who are on dialysis, and so forth. So please help us to make our paratransit experience better than what it has been, and so we can make VTA a great organization. And thank you again for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have Angelina Silva, followed by James Whiteman, followed by Betsy Megas.
Hi, my name is Angelina Silva. I am part of the Change Integration Team and a workstream coordinator for the Employee Support and Leadership Development. I'm excited to announce that we will be restarting our program on May 5th. If you need any support, collaboration on any initiatives related to the culture change, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm here to help, and I'm here for whatever I can help with to make VTA a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Whiteman.
Hi, my name is James Whiteman. I saw an incident last Thursday on the light rail 917.8 where some woman slipped on some water. I called the operator and I called 911. I told her about this incident. People who spill things on the light rail, and I saw damage at your company platforms, like people just spilling garbage. This needs to be another 90-day ban, or first it should be a warning, then it should be a citation for people who spill things on the light rail, dump garbage all over VTA company property. And that should also be a 90-day ban. But I saw the day, I was at the VTA light rail bus drop on Santa Clara Street. This guy was being really nasty. He's beating on some girl, and I called 911. Everybody else, this woman is out there screaming, telling him to leave this girl alone in a wheelchair, and he was beating on her. That's another thing we got to enforce. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Betsy Megas.
Good evening. Betsy Megas, speaking tonight for myself. A couple of weekends ago, I took a bike ride out along North First Street, visited 31 of VTA's ticket vending machines on light rail platforms. Only 11 of them were completely working. Another 8 were totally inoperable, wouldn't sell me a fare no matter what I might have done. The 12 in between were stalled in some way. They weren't accepting cards or they weren't accepting cash. This is a pretty discouraging result. I brought it a week or so ago to another meeting and approached some staff offline. I'd like to thank Elaine Beltau and Stephen Flynn for taking this discouraging report and getting it all of the places that it needs to go. What the board can do is be aware of it, first of all, and support efforts to keep the machines that you have limping along and to upgrade them when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we don't have anyone at this time wishing to speak in person, can we go to online comments?
Yes, Chair. Before we begin, I'd like to note for record that written public comment was submitted for this item isn't included in the online portal. We'll begin with Aaron, followed by Roland. Aaron, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors. I hope you are all doing well. I just wanted to comment about Senate Bill 63, and I wanted to express my support for a regional transit funding tax that could come to the Bay Area and make it easier for people to get around. In this bill, I wanted to specifically touch on the regional coordination and why I support it. And the reason why is because of the fare scheduling and wayfinding coordination, which is so desperately needed for people who might use multiple agencies to get around, like myself, who might use BART, Caltrain, Muni, perhaps VTA as well. For example, if I want to get from Mountain View to Valley Fair, I have to use Caltrain and VTA, and having fare integration as well as scheduling and wayfinding integration would immediately make this type of journey very, very easy. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Up next is Roland, followed by Aaron Morrow. Roland, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I very briefly want to bring to your attention that my comments are no longer being recorded in the transcript. And I experienced the same issue at the Caltrain board meeting this morning. And so my guess is that there's nothing nefarious going on here. It's most likely a Zoom bug. And I appreciate if someone could reach out to Zoom and see if they've got any idea what the problem might be. The only thing I can think of doing differently is that I'm using my phone linked to the Zoom app on my PC as my microphone, and I'm going to try a different device and see if it makes a difference. Thank you.
The last speaker lowered their hand. There are no more hands raised.
Thank you very much. We'll now close the public comment, and we have no items today under item 4, which is public hearings. So that takes us to item 5, reports, and the first item is 5.1, committee reports. And for item 5.1A, we have Kylie Clark, Citizens Advisory Committee Chairperson, joining us tonight. Welcome, Kylie.
Good evening, Chairperson Lopez, General Manager Ganot, and members of the board. The Watchdog Committee met on April 10th of last month, and we received our auditor's final report on 2000 Measure A compliance, and I'm happy to report that the auditor's findings indicated that VTA complied in all material respects with the requirements of the 2000 Measure A program for fiscal year 2024. This is the 18th consecutive audit receiving a clean opinion. The public can access the report on VTA's website at vta.org/2000 Measure A or on the CAC agenda portal. With that, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our county residents to the CWC public hearing next week, May 7th, which is a Wednesday, at 1:30 p.m. time certain. The hearing is an opportunity for the committee to hear the views, opinions, and any concerns of the community. You should have received communication about the hearing from our board secretary's office, helping you to help spread word about the hearing. I also want to give a big shout out to the marketing team, especially Kong Fan, who helped the CWC put together some engaging ads on Measure A. You might have seen them on VTA's social media, but we're going to watch one of them here, and you might recognize the person. Hi, thank you for contributing to 2000 I'm Kylie, and I'm the chair of VTA's Citizens Advisory Committee. Now, I'm guessing that you're wondering how you have been contributing to Measure A funding. Well, let me break it down for you. Measure A is funded through what we call a half-cent sales tax, meaning that for every $1 you spend on taxable goods in Santa Clara County, half a penny's worth goes towards Measure A. For example, if you buy something for $10, 5 cents from that purchase will go towards funding public transit improvements. See? Not all heroes wear capes. Kudos to you for doing your part in this community. Peep the caption for more info. All right. I had a really good time recording that with King, so, oh wow, thank you. Hopefully, yeah, we're, staying trendy, getting the word out. And in addition to our Watchdog Committee items, the Citizens Advisory Committee recommended approval of 2 items that you'll see on your agenda tonight, which are regular item 7.2, the 2016 Measure B program for fiscal year 2026 and 2027 biennial budget and 10-year program. And then the other one is consent agenda item 6.7, the Stevens Creek Corridor Vision Study. And I do want to note that although the CAC approved the study, some of our members expressed concern, especially about the feasibility of the long-term grade separated option, particularly around cost. And it was just people wondering if that is realistic, but many of us are dreamers, so we approved it. And lastly, in lieu of our regular meeting, our next meeting will be a joint workshop meeting with all of the advisory committees. So that will take place on Wednesday, May 7th in the VTA auditorium at 2 p.m., which is after our 1:30 p.m. public hearing in conference room B106. Thank you. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For 5.1B, we have...
Hey, thank you for...
Great video. I would watch it again. Yvonne Martinez Beltran, our Policy Advisory Committee chairperson, is joining us remotely. Welcome, Yvonne.
Hi, Chair. Thank you for having me today. Let's see, our last meeting was on Thursday, April 10th, and the Policy Advisory Committee voted to recommend the VTA Board of Directors approve the Stevens Creek Corridor Vision Study. We had Member Moore and our alternate member Park abstained as the Cupertino City Council had not yet taken a position on the final study and its recommendations for the potential use of the roadway median for public transit. In general, the committee recognized that this was a vision study outlining options to be developed in the future and are in support for a vision for the corridor that's scalable and fixable. Then we had recommended the VTA Board of Directors approve fiscal years 2026 and 2027 proposed congestion management program, work program, and biennial budget. We also discussed the 2016 Measure B program, fiscal years 2026 and 2027 biennial budget and 10-year program for FY 2028 through FY 2035. Here, the committee discussed the potential for Caltrain service expansion to include weekends and more daily service in the South County in future years to come, specifically looking at renegotiating the UP contract. We also had a robust discussion of VTA budget practices for the agency and for capital projects. The committee discussed the use of financing in project delivery and shared broad concerns about inflationary impacts to capital projects that we might be experiencing. VTA's biennial budget will be part of an advisory committee workshop, as we've just heard from Kylie, later this month, and our members are looking forward to learning more about the use of financing tools in project delivery. We also received overview of the transit-oriented community grant program for cycle 2, and we are very much looking forward to the joint advisory committee workshop that's happening for VTA's budget. That's all I have for you, Chair, until our next meeting, which will be this on May 7th. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much. I don't think we have any questions. Thank you for that report. And the reports for item 5.1.c and 5.1.d are in the packet. There is no report for item 5.1e, and the report for item 5.1f is in the packet as well. Carolyn, are we just going to?
No, I'm just getting ready.
Okay. So first, do we have any public comment for any items under 5.1? Once again?
No, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that takes us to item 5.2, which is the general manager's report.
Good evening. I have a number of important issues to present in my report tonight. This first slide shows a picture of our bus operator graduation, which was welcoming to have 15 new bus operators to VTA. This group of 14 men and 1 woman graduated their 9-week training course on April 9th, and they are out on the road serving our customers. With the graduation of this class, we are now fully staffed with the bus operators at VTA. Next slide. Tonight, you will be voting on the consent calendar the successful agreements that we have reached with 3 of our employee unions. They are SEIU Local 521, TAEA Local 21, and ASME Local 1101. Union members of each of these represented groups have voted overwhelmingly in favor of the fair and equitable wage and benefit packages that VTA presented. You will find these items on the consent agenda, and the approval covers a 4-year term from April 4th, 2025 through April 3rd, 2029. We're still in negotiations with ATU, our largest union, for their new 3-year contract, and we hope to have that negotiated soon. Next slide, please. I'm going to shift gears now to our highway program. Actually, this is actually a very has a fond place in my heart. The Highway 101 State Route 25 interchange groundbreaking. May 23rd marks the start of construction for the new highway interchange between 101 and State Route 25 in Gilroy. And if you've driven down here, which many of you have, you know how needed this project is. This is a joint project with Caltrans, which we expect to help manage the increasingly heavy traffic as our population continues to grow in South County and into San Benito County. We will be holding a news conference in Gilroy to discuss that work on Friday, May 23rd at 10:30 a.m. And that event will be streamed on Facebook Live, and I encourage you to share our social media posts about the event when it happens. And this is one of those highway projects that's taken about 25 years to get it finally under construction. And VTA is doing this with the 2016 Measure B money, and the majority of the money is coming from that. So I really appreciate the voters really supporting these well-needed projects that really do bring safety to our county and our driving. Ridership is on the next slide. And our ridership has continued to improve as we've done steadily since 2021. However, for obvious reasons, you can see, this is a pun that they wrote, striking difference here on the month of March. But during the week of March 2025, system ridership was very promising. And the average weekday ridership was 94,800, an increase of 18.4% compared to the similar period in March 2024. And the highest single weekday ridership day was recorded on March 4th, 2025, with which we just said, with 98,400 system riders. However, the following week we did experience that service shut down for almost 3 weeks, but we're hopefully expecting to get back those riders and seeing those strong numbers come back as service is back online. And I do want to say that actually, if you look in the general manager's CEO report, monthly report, it does have numbers in terms of, that includes the ridership as well. Let's go to the next slide. And this is on the construction of the Eastridge to BART Regional Connector. It is making really great progress. The work began in the spring of 2024, just a year ago, on Capitol Expressway in East San Jose on a 2.4-mile light rail extension from Alamoc Transit Center to Eastridge Transit Center. 1 year later, we have completed about 30% of the project, which is substantial for a $700 million project. As you can see, the elevated alignment is taking shape here. The opening date for this extension is expected in 2028, and we continue working with the local residents, business, and motorists to resolve any issues that arise related to construction. But the one thing I would ask any board members to do, particularly if they have constituents in this area, maybe it could be done through your newsletters or website, is to remind anyone who drives in the area along Capitol Expressway to please slow down in the construction area, not just for the construction workers, for also those people and pedestrians who are walking, cautiously along those roadways. So if we could, if you don't mind doing that, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. And that concludes my report. I think government affairs is in the packet, and as I said, we have the general manager's report and the ridership report.
Thanks so much. We do have public comment for this item. We'll start with James Whiteman and then Harry Neal.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate the other unions on their new contract, and also I want to talk about what is the 2026 plan going to be, and also when I saw this incident about the late slip on light rail 917A, I called 911 and I reported that immediately to the downtown customer service center, to the employees down there. And the day when I saw that incident, but the guy was beating a woman on the wheelchair on Santa Clara Street. I was going on the old Ironsides train to home. And I saw that happen. Immediately, this lady was screaming at him, telling him to get off her and leave her alone. This is another thing that should calls for anything that's safety issues should be disciplinary action should be called for. First of all, it should be a ticket. But for any assault like that, it has to be in jail.
Good evening, board members. First of all, thank you for your presentation, Carolyn. I do want to note something regarding Eastridge. This is very rare in America, but the project's construction costs are actually on par with low-cost countries. This is incredibly rare in the US, but very, very surprisingly, we are able to do a project that is on par with international costs. So, Casey, great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, any comments online?
Yes, Chair, we have one hand raised. Roland, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Thank you. So I'm going to touch on ridership and Highway 25. On ridership, there was much more substantial information delivered to us as a CPNO, which also includes BAR and revenues, but does not include revenue for BAR. I've attached it under public comment on this item on your packet. On Highway 25, we are using 2016 Measure B congestion relief funds to finally bring Highway 101 down to its knees. For the very simple reason that we're going to be dumping an additional lane in each direction of Highway 25 onto Highway 101, and there is no HOV lane to accommodate this traffic between Highway 25 and North Morgan Hill. Now, on the last speaker's comment about Eastridge being on par with low cost, absolutely not. For $400 million a mile, it's absolutely not on par with low cost projects as we move.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thanks so much. We'll close public comment. And are there any board member comments or questions on this report? If not, that brings us to 5.3, and that is the chairperson's report. I'm excited to announce that on May 5th, VTA will open a call for projects to fund through our second Transit-Oriented Communities Grant Program. This program funds various types of agencies, organizations, and municipalities throughout Santa Clara County in support of VTA's vision of equitable transit-oriented communities. Successful applicants are eligible to receive anywhere from $25,000 to $150,000 in grants for work in policy and implementation, community resilience, education and engagement, or placemaking, arts, and activation projects to make public transit more accessible and more appealing and to build community. Last year was the first year VTA distributed these cutting-edge grants, and the total amount of $750,000 to 14 agencies or municipalities. Our TOC and community outreach departments are planning a series of pre-application workshops to help organizations prepare for their requests. And you can find more information about this program on our website at the link that's shown on the screen. I also want to invite board members. VTA staff will be traveling to Washington, D.C. to attend the APTA Legislative Conference from May 18th to May 20th to attend committee meetings and learn about important legislation and policy initiatives and advocate for our agency. VTA will meet with members of our delegation or their staff and potentially federal staff between May 20th and May 22nd to advise of agency updates. While we're coming up on the time, I am flagging for board members. If there's anyone who's interested in attending, I encourage you to contact Beverly Green, Chief Government Affairs Officer, or the board office, and we'll make sure you can get there if you're interested. I also want to remind my colleagues to reach out to your constituents, other colleagues, interested commissioners, to help identify applicants to fill the current 4 vacancies in the 2016 Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee or the MBCOC. The applications are available at VTA.org and can also be accessed through VTA's social media platforms. And I encourage you to be creative, especially if you have folks who are really interested in these issues, who want to help provide that essential oversight service. With that, I conclude the chair report, and I'll see first if we have any requests to speak on the chair's report.
No, Chair.
Okay, close public comment. Any questions or comments from colleagues? That brings us to the consent agenda, which is items 6.1 through 6.26, item 6.16, item 7.1, and item 7.4. Members of the public who'd like to address the board on an item on consent, please submit your blue speaker card. And I understand that Vice Chair Mahan has a comment on consent agenda item 6.11. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make the comment? Yeah, no problem at all. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Does any other board member wish to pull an item from consent or to add an item to the consent agenda? Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I was just trying to confirm you said item 611, correct? So on downtown light rail realignment. Just, sorry for the delay, just wanted to say that in general, I think it is very exciting that we look at a potential realignment of light rail downtown. And I think that does offer a lot of opportunity. I think one concern that city staff have raised that I just wanted to relay and that I share involves the older mature trees and that what a realignment might actually mean if we're to come to fruition. So I just wanted to make sure that was something staff was carefully analyzing.
Great, thank you very much. Do we want to give staff an opportunity to address that? Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mahan. Jay Tyree, I'm Deputy Director of Transit Service Planning, and that is something we've heard and had discussions with staff already, and it's something we're very well aware of, that we value that as well. So that'll be part of the next phases as we get into community engagement. So.
Okay, great. And then the only other thing I'd add with all of the San Jose State students and other folks walking around downtown, I personally am quite nervous about how unguarded the tracks are right there next to the sidewalk, where we have so many people walking without any physical barrier or even indication of or demarcation between essentially sidewalk and tracks in a few places. I assume that's something you're looking at, but if there is a substantial investment in the infrastructure there, can we design a more pedestrian safe infrastructure? And that may be something that you need the city to do more on, but it's just an ongoing concern we have.
Thank you for that as well. That's absolutely a primary goal of the project, is to create a more safe space for all the users of the corridor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I want to correct my earlier statement. For consent, we have item 6.1 through 6.15. We pulled item 6.16 earlier, and we'll take that separately. We have items 6.17 through 6.26 and items 7.1 and 7.4, which were added. So with that, are there any further comments, or do I have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. We have a public speaker on this item. Thank you for flagging that. Harry Neal for consent.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to urge that the board approve consent item 6.7, the Stevens Creek Vision Study, unchanged. Due to the nature of the project being a consensus project. Any changes to it means that realistically it would be delayed by 6 months or more. The City of San Jose has approved it unchanged. Special thank you to Member Kamei over there. Given that this is a safety project first and foremost, any delay in actually implementing the recommendations for safety outlined in the vision means that we would be continuing unsafe conditions and ultimately putting people at risk. So please make sure that it is approved unchanged and there are no delays to the process. And if possible, please communicate with the council members in other cities that are involved in the project to express that urgency to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone online?
No, Chair, we do not.
Okay, closing public comment. So with that, do we have a motion or any other comments for 6.1 through 6.15, 6.16, I'm sorry, 6.17 through 6.26, 7.1, 7.4?
Move approval.
Thank you. Motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. And that brings us first to item 6.16, which is Scott Johnson, Auditor General's assessment report.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, members of the board. Scott Johnson, Auditor General for VTA. Member Jane, did you have a specific question or would you like me to go over the report?
Yeah, well, I consider that the biggest risk to this BART project is actually financial. So I wanted to make sure that it was highlighted, but in particular, what I wanted to understand was what you really mean by stress testing. So as you go through the presentation, and then in Appendix A, you talk about $3.196 million that have been that have been appropriated but are blocked. Those are state and federal funds. So what does that mean, and when do they become unblocked? And then other risks that I see are the tariffs, impacts of tariffs. How do you see those affecting this, as well as the Measure A sales tax?
Certainly. Can I go ahead and make the, do you want me to make the presentation? We did present at the BSV2 Oversight Committee. We had a summary presentation of the risk assessment. So Member Jane, you know, we have worked a lot on this project with the Tom McGuire and his staff on the BSV2 team at VTA, along with Greg Richardson, the Deputy General Manager and I guess acting CFO at this time. So there's been a lot of discussion about this risk assessment related to the financial risk. In regards to the funds that are blocked, I think that's a response that maybe Greg Richardson or Tom McGuire can speak to. But it is basically, my understanding is in our assessment with this project and working with the VTA team, that they are not allocating funds where funds have not yet been made available to VTA to fund the project. So there's limitations on what can be funded based on the fact that, for example, no funds have been received yet from by VTA from the federal government in regards to the grant that they are working on an application on. So maybe I'll ask Tom and Greg to speak to that particular question.
I think I'm on. Greg Richardson, Deputy General Manager. So as it relates to the blocked funds, several times throughout a budgeting process, whether it be for BSV2 or really any of the projects, even on the transit fund, there might be federal dollars, state dollars that are identified as a funding source, but have not yet been secured. And so until those are secured, then we block them in the system, and therefore those dollars cannot be used, and therefore expenditures cannot be committed against those dollars until that block is released. And that block In the case of BSV2, any block would be released basically with the FFGA. So they're identified as a funding source just to keep track, but they are blocked for purposes of expenditures.
So what I wanted to understand is the FFGA grant from the feds is supposed to be $5.1 billion. So why is it 2.2 billion instead of 5.1 billion is blocked?
So one of the things that happens from a budget perspective with VTA is most of the budget is built on a 2-year cycle. And so each year, each biennial cycle, as the history of BSV2 has done, there's been a plan or an expectation of funds coming in from an FFGA perspective. And so they'll anticipate the spend that might be there that would use FFGA dollars. And so they've put together a spend and it might anticipate some of those dollars being there. So they'll budget for those dollars should they be there, but again, block them until it's brought in. We're not budgeting for the full amount of the project at that time. It's basically just for that 2-year cycle, every 2-year cycle that we go forward with. Go ahead.
And it's not just spend, it's on commitments, so that if we have a contract that's committed, even if it's we have to make a commitment 1 year for a very large construction project that's going to go over 7 years, those commitments will be in there, but there'll still be a block on those funds until we receive those dollars. And so, but there is a commitment that is assumed in the budget as well.
Should those funds be available for that
Should those funds be
commitment, yes.
available, then we could make that commitment of a contract.
Okay. So
But I'll
it's
make
2
one
years.
other distinction, and it was raised during the review or during the audit. Because we do have a 2-year cycle, I mean, one of the things that is presented in the budget book, it's not necessarily as clear in the budget presentations themselves, is at least for now, we're not using what I would refer to as an estimate of completion. Right now, I would say that there's really not a formal budget yet for BSV2 until we've solidified all of the information regarding the project itself. But there is, in many cases, an estimate at completion that should be clear and understood when the budget is presented. The budget book will show that, but in the actual budget itself, it's going to be on a 2-year cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. Do you have any other questions or comments from directors?
Well, my question was the impact of tariffs and Measure A, sales taxes, and stress testing. What is that?
Member Jane, I can speak to the stress testing. Throughout my career, I've worked on a lot of financial plans, and what I'm used to seeing is showing to the elected officials for a particular project, looking at your funding alternatives, looking at different areas of potential risk or likelihood. For example, you could have best case, worst case, or likely case. But what we're suggesting is, and we've had a lot of discussion with Mr. Richardson on this, is that not just make assumptions in regards to sales tax based on one particular trending, but look at alternatives on likely business cycles that may occur over the long term. So this is basically having like case A, case B, case C, and that's what we refer to as stress testing.
If I could add just something to this. I think the other thing that it can get not necessarily confusing, but there's a distinction that's being made that we make between the funding plan that's presented as it relates to the FFGA and then what an overall funding plan or financial plan would be in a pure stress test sort of scenario. And so the funding plan that's being presented for FFGA is effectively our application to get the money, to get the funds from the feds. Now, we'll go through the process, and the idea is to develop what we think is a fair and reasonable plan that ensures that we believe, through the efforts that Scott was just talking about, that we've identified that we know the risks, and we've hopefully identified those risks and reported those risks to the board. But the plan itself is an attempt to ensure that we've presented something to the FTA that they believe is correct, that it's reasonable, and that it allows us to assure us the opportunity to get those dollars. That's what that funding plan is meant to do. Now, the thing to keep in mind that I know that we will continue to do is if there are risks in what we see as what the funding plan is developing, and the great example is 2000 Measure A. 2000 Measure A sunsets in 2036. In the funding plan, we have an expectation that after 2036, there is still monies coming in through some other mechanism that allows that funding stream to continue. Now, that was communicated, that's known, but that's one of those things that in the funding plan, if someone was to look at that and say, let's look at this as a stress test sort of item, they would look at it and go, you're crazy to think you can assume those dollars. But the FTA allows that to happen as part of your funding plan. So that's kind of that distinction we make. Now, what our job is to do is to make sure that we're providing all of the information to the board, and if we see risks and we understand risks, then we're identifying those and at least letting you know where they are and how at least we know to mitigate them, or that the opportunity is out there in future years to have to mitigate that. So, and the last thing on the stress test, again, there's two different items. The funding plan stipulates that you have to show a stress test component. Now, that stress test is very, very focused. It's not getting into the specifics of what Scott was talking about, but those things that he's talked about are things that we need to be doing more on the front end. But the stress test is really just the FTA's commitment that says, okay, you've got the plan, you've got contingencies, we got everything we see. Now, what if 10 or 15% of costs go up? How are you able to sustain that? And that's their very, I'll call it myopic focus of a stress test scenario, which is a little different than what we would be looking at, or Scott's talking about as far as a stress test across the entire financial model itself.
Yeah, just to, for a FTA financial plan, they want you to put a financial plan together. When you go for the FFGA, the final FFGA, they're going to make you do, they call it sensitivity testing, not stress testing, sensitivity tests. So they'll say, what if the costs of labor are this much more, and you assume that much more, and you run your sensitivity? Or what if your sales tax revenues don't come in, and you run that? They're not trying to break the plan. They want a reasonable expectation, then they want to sort of see the boundaries, just like you do with contingency. You aren't going to take those far out areas or nothing would ever be built, nothing would ever be running. So that's really where FTA is, and they have a very prescriptive procedure that has to be followed by the financial plan consultants or whoever's putting the financial plan together. Then they have a financial management oversight consultant that makes sure those procedures are followed and are the things covered. So that was the plan that we've done. I agree, like with Scott, that there needs to be some stress testing. What if you don't get the sales tax measure? That's something we would need to do. But this plan was specifically what we submitted to FTA to move the project forward into New Starts Engineering.
And Member Jane, if I may, just to kind of close this out, I think a good example of that is, to Greg's credit, he has committed that at the next Oversight Committee meeting, he's going to be sharing some information related to sales tax trends specifically to VTA and the funding for this project. And that's where this report, we're not questioning the FTA's criteria. We're looking at it from a local perspective on what the impact is to the local agency if funds come up short, looking at various scenarios. So I give a lot of credit to Greg because I know he's looking at this. We're seeing some downward trends in regards to local sales tax, and he's going to be providing an update at the next committee meeting on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And if, on tariffs, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Director Jane, thank you for the question on tariffs. It is something that everybody in the construction industry is concerned about right now, including us. Make the distinction between work that is currently underway. We have a fixed price for the work we're doing at the West Portal with QHA Trailer. That price was agreed upon in November, and so there's not an opportunity for that to go up as a result of tariffs. But as everyone on this board knows, we are looking to close a budget gap. Because we don't have $12.75 billion available to build. The project is currently designed, and I started off talking about a $700 million gap, but at this point we are acknowledging that gap has a range of $700 million to $1.2 billion for a variety of factors, and tariffs and quantity costs are a part of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions or comments from board members? If not, I'm sorry, do we go to public comment on this one already? No, let's do public comment.
We do have one hand raised over Zoom. Roland, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Thank you, Director Jane, for pulling this item of content. Let me explain to you what this $2.25 billion is. This is the EPD, Expedited Project Delivery Fund, that were approved by the VTA, and which are now being rescinded because we pivoted from EPD to New Start. There's nothing irregular about this. But what is concerning is the 778.2 in state and 168 in regional funds, because that severely limits our ability to move ahead with a small project without any federal funding. But the real issue here is transparency. Why was this covered potentially for over 1 year? The only way we're going to find out is by pulling every single monthly BSV2 cost project report. And once the certification is over, we will know whether or not this preceded Mr. Maguire's tenure or not. Thank you.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thanks so much. We'll close public comment, and this is an action item, so do we need to, is that to accept the report?
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Jane? Thank you. Jane Weinberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. That passes. And that brings us, because we approved 7.1 as part of consent, 7.2, which is an action item, the 2016 Measure B FY 26 and 27 biennial budget and 10-year program. And we will hear from Deborah DeGang, Chief Planning Officer, and Jane Shin, Transportation Planning Manager.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Deborah DeGang, Chief Planning Officer, and we're really pleased to bring to you this item today. Every 2 years, as you know, we bring the full budget to the board. There are a couple of components that we bring to you in separate pieces because we do look at them independently from the overall budget, and one of those is our Measure B budget. So you will be seeing this today, and we are asking for your approval. And then to let you know, when you see the full VTA budget next month, this will be one of the components that's included in that. So with that, I will turn it over to Jane Shin, our Senior Transportation Planner, who led this effort.
Great, thank you. Good evening, board members. Jane Shin with the 2016 Measure B program. Tonight, as Deborah mentioned, I bring to you the 2-year budget for fiscal 26-27, as well as our 10-year program for your consideration. As many of you are new and have not gone through this process before, I will take a little bit of time and give some background and history, but at the same time be as concise as possible. So, all right. Just some quick stats here. We do have 9 program categories in our measure as identified by the icons on your left. The half-cent collection began on April 1st, 2017, and will go through March 31st, 2047. I like to say that I will not be here presenting to you at that time. We have collected $1.85 billion in receipts through December of 24, and the board has approved $2.26 billion through the end of this fiscal year. The program is separated into two groupings, need capacity-based and formula-based. This distinction is important as the board has directed us to fund each grouping differently. At the top, we have our need capacity-based program category. As you can see, BART Phase 2, Caltrain, Grade Sub, Caltrain, the 2 Caltrains, highways, county expressways, and SR 85 corridor, which leaves the bottom 3, local streets and roads, bike ped, and transit ops as formula-based. And those program categories get allocated funds based on their, I'm going to look at my notes to make sure I say it correctly, their respective ballot established percentage share, which I will get into in a little bit. The $2.26 billion that has already been allocated through fiscal 25 is on the slide in front of you, including our admin budget. This can also be found in your memo packet as attachment C. Oops. In spring of 2021, the board adopted the Measure B's 10-year program and biennial budget principle. These principles lay the groundwork for how we are to allocate funds, develop funds for the biennial budget as well as the 10-year program. In addition, the board adopted the need capacity-based project readiness criteria for those projects within those 6 need capacity-based programs to receive allocations. Okay, let's move on to the formula-based programs. You can see that the principle states that we are to apply ballot established ratios to those 3 formula-based programs. The principle goes on, I apologize. The principles as well as the criteria can be found in much more detail in your memo packet as attachments A and B. And then moving on to the formula-based, as I was saying, the principle goes on to state that at the end of each biennial budget cycle, there will be a true-up for these 3 program categories, formula-based program categories, based on actuals versus allocations, and I will also go into that a little bit. So again, the 3 formula-based categories, and I'm going to take a little time in the next couple of slides to go over how program tax revenues, those ballot established ratio shares, as well as the true-up work for these programs. The language in the ballot states that a program tax revenue equals the receipts plus any interest earned minus any admin costs or finance costs. Then the percentage of, and this is over the 30-year life of the measure, the percentage, the ballot established ratio or percentage for each of the program categories is calculated by taking the estimated amount of that program over the life of the 30 years and dividing it by the entire estimated program value of the 30 years. So for example, the measure identified that the local streets and roads estimate would be $1.2 billion over 30 years. Dividing that by the estimated program value of $6.3 billion over 30 years gives you 19%. And you can see the ballot established ratios for our 3 formula-based programs in the middle of your screen. So using this logic, you get the projected program tax revenue on line 3 for each fiscal year, and then the projected ratio share amounts for each program category to the right. Okay, so taking the projected ratio share amount of each program category from the previous slide and applying the true-up, we get the actual allocation request for fiscal 26. So the true-up works as follows. We compared, in this case, fiscal 23 and fiscal 24 allocations to the actuals received in fiscal 23 and fiscal 24. If the allocation of a program category was more than the actual, then the fiscal 26 allocation would be decreased accordingly. And of course, if the allocation were less than the actual, the fiscal 26 true-up amount would be more. You can see here that the result of the true-up of the fiscal 23 and fiscal 24 numbers was an increase for fiscal 26. This slide just shows you the request for our admin and our formula-based program categories broken down into their respective subcategories. The local streets and roads and bike ped education and encouragement programs will be further broken down by their respective formulas for allocations to the city and the county. The next 3 slides, I've provide a little more detail on each of the program categories, what's the intent, what's eligible, what's been allocated to date, and what the proposed allocation is. They are really in here for your reference since we've gone over the allocation amounts on slides on the previous slides. So I will just, in the interest of time, also go through them quickly. Okay, and then moving to our need-based capacity-based program categories. As indicated by the principal in bold, these categories must meet the board-approved project readiness criteria to receive an allocation. And a reminder of the 6 need capacity-based programs. And the 3 board-adopted project readiness criteria for those 6 program categories are project readiness, funding status, and partner agency community support. Again, these criteria are in more detail in your memo packet as attachment B. and are only applicable to those 6 program categories. The proposed biennial budget amounts for the 6 categories are on your screen. You can see that the SR 85 corridor is not requesting additional funds for this cycle. Staff has indicated that there is previously allocated amounts that are sufficient and available to do the expected work happening in the next biennial budget cycle. And of course, if additional funds need to be are needed for any of these 6 program categories and they meet the project readiness criteria as approved by the board, we will bring these back to the board for additional request for funds. And the next 6 slides are pretty much, they mimic the first 3 of the program categories for formula-based, just what the intent, what the eligibility, what's been allocated to date, and then what the proposed allocation is. So I will also go through those quickly as they are in the slide deck, really for your reference. And here's the whole shebang. This is what we're requesting the board to approve for the fiscal 26-27 budget, just over $713 million for the two groupings of programs and administration. Now, I'd like to switch gears just a little bit and move on to the 10-year program. The 10-year program is a planning tool. It helps us see the potential needs on the program over the next, for that 10-year period. The first 2 years, of course, are the biennial budget that we've gone over, and those are the only allocations that are real, that have been approved. Everything else from years 3 through 8, again, they're planning numbers. In addition, we do update it every 2 years with the biennial budget, and the assumptions that we used for the allocations in the out years, what I call years 3 through 10, are the same assumptions that we used to develop allocations for the biennial budget cycle. And of course, if there is any need for financing, we would bring that back to the board for your approval. On your screen is a proposed 10-year program from fiscal 26 through fiscal 35. You can see that the first 2 years of the 10 years is the biennial budget that we just went over, and the remaining 8 years are for planning purposes only. I would like to quickly go through the chart here and to walk you through it. So starting on your left, you have the categories that are requesting allocations from administration, any financing, and then our 9 program categories. Column number 2 is the percentage of program tax revenue, or that ballot ratio share that I discussed earlier for all of the 9 program categories. The third column are the allocations to date that make up that $2.26 billion that has already been approved by the board. Columns 4 and 5, of course, are the proposed budget that I just went over. And then again, columns 8 through 15, math, are for planning purposes. And the remaining 8 years, they are based on current projections, whether it be based on percentage for the formula-based or based on project manager expectations and project's ability to meet those project readiness criteria. Now, I do want to just go through some of these. For the Caltrain Corridor Capacity Program, the need capacity-based grouping, we are working with Caltrain to identify potential needs for the out years, and we will be developing an expenditure plan for these funds. But you may notice that I've included funding for the additional or 4th train to Gilroy within the 10 years, as well as some funds for Diridon in fiscal 28. For the highway program, if you look at that $102 million allocation in fiscal 28, that actually with that allocation, all of our competitive grant awards have been distributed. As such, we're discussing the next steps. So those zeros aren't really zeros. They're sort of a hold, please, until we figure out the next steps. And it's essentially the same thing for the SR 85 corridor, which is the last need capacity-based program on the chart. The zeros don't mean that nothing is going to happen in those years. It just means that it's another hold, please, as we are waiting to see what is going to happen with the alternatives analysis, which should be completed in this biennial budget cycle. So again, when we better know what we are looking at, and those asks meet the project readiness criteria, we will then fill those numbers. It will likely be in the next biennial budget cycle. And as you are all aware, project costs are increasing, so we are working with our project sponsors and our project partners to develop strategies to keep these projects going and to a point where they will be competitive for when grant funding opportunities come up. And, okay. And the Technical Policy and Citizens Advisory Committees, as well as the CMPP, received and approved this item at their meetings last month. Should you, and of course, we're here tonight for your consideration, should you approve tonight, then as Deborah mentioned, the biennial budget, our Measure B biennial budget will be rolled into the VTA's overall biennial budget for your consideration next month. And with that, this is our action item, and I'm happy to end my presentation and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Let's go first to public comment. Do we have anyone in person or online?
Yes, Chair, we do have one hand raised over Zoom. Roland, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Thank you. And before I echo what I said at the Caltrain board this morning, I'm going to read to you what the ballot language says for corridor capacity. It's to fund Caltrain corridor capacity improvement and increase service in Santa Clara County in order to ease highway congestion, including increased service to Morgan Hill and Bureau. Station improvements, level boarding, extended platform service enhancement. And the issue I reported to the Caltrain board this morning is some of these funds are currently being used by consultants to improve the grade crossing. So in other words, we're spending these funds to make it possible for more cars to cross the track instead of increasing the capacity or the number of trains on the track to make them capable of carrying more passengers. That's wrong. That needs to be addressed. Thank you.
There are no more hands raised over Zoom.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. And colleagues, are there any questions or comments for staff?
Just a quick one, Chair.
Sure. Vice Chair May.
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, thank you for the presentation. I noticed an allocation for Caltrain that I believe is for, as I understand it, a fourth train in our county. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I just, as we talk about a regional measure or a potential countywide measure and our fair share to meet Caltrain's obligations or that of other networks of regional significance, how is that accounted for? Is that part of an existing commitment we've made, and is that part of our existing fair share? Do we get credit for those? Do all counties on kind of a relatively equal basis contribute to those capital costs? I just don't have the history on that particular line item.
I will say we're figuring that out as well, because there's still, I think we're still figuring that out. It was $2 million a year. It's now going up to $4 million a year for the fourth train.
Well, I saw an allocation for $11 million for Caltrain core capacity.
Correct. That is for Guadalupe Bridges, the fourth train, and Diridon. So there are many efforts within that $11 million, but Carolyn is correct. The current discussion with Caltrain staff is that the additional service to Gilroy would be approximately $4 million a year per fiscal year.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll save my additional, I'm flagging it now. I'll come back to when we talk about the regional measure, but I do want to make sure we're clear on what our responsibility is and what truly is fair share, but I'll hold further comment until the next item.
If I could add one more thing. So part of what we're asking you to do with the Measure B budget today is this is where we are at this point in time. This doesn't mean we have a commitment to expend these monies. We're just getting the authorization to do so. And the second part of the recommendation is giving our general manager authority to sign specific agreements. So this is, I would view this as creating the capacity without having the actual commitment to the dollar amount yet.
Got it. Okay. And I'm all for buying the fourth train. Let me be clear on that. I just want to make sure we get credit for it.
Let's go to Director Weinberg and then Director Abakoga.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that you put in getting us to this point. I really appreciate it. I know that an awful lot of time and effort went into this. Could you please put up slide 26? Could you spend a moment, please, talking about the bond interest and issuance costs? It's zero for the biennial budget, and then it's under development in the future. I know we're talking about more than 2/3 of $1 billion here, so maybe it's de minimis. I would hope that it would be, but it's probably not. But I am curious why that bond interest and issuance costs are currently zero.
Would you like me to take that one, Jane?
You could.
Okay. Greg Richardson, Deputy General Manager. As it stands right now, there is no formal plans for any debt issuance. And so at this point, there's nothing that's being projected as to any expenses that might be incurred. And all we're referencing there is in the likelihood that some of these projects do come on as they are being programmed and those dollars are being utilized as efficiently and as effectively as they need to be, then all of a sudden there might be times where a debt issuance would be necessary. And so we will entertain that, and we do expect that to happen when we do with BART Phase 2, but right now there's no specifics to be able to identify the actual costs.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Thank you. In the event that the VTA that the staff does want to move forward with another issuance, is the board going to be appraised of that? Okay.
Has to come to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And let's actually go to Director Kamei. I'm sorry, I can't see your light
I
from
know it's
over
hidden-
here. And then
It's
Director.
hidden down in the bottom here,
Yeah.
so thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you so much for your work. I was curious, on this slide, the 315 on Caltrain grade separation, I know that we have escalating costs, but how do we ensure that these dollars are going to be managed in a way so that, there is sufficient? Can you put the slide back on? Because that there would be sufficient funds. I know you mentioned that just because SR 85 doesn't have any dollars there, it doesn't mean zero, but to me it says zero. And the expectation is that all of the money is going to go everywhere else, and if there are no cost controls, or it'll keep going to the other projects, and SR 85 corridor will get zero. So I just wonder what kind of controls, and in 2030 having the 315 there, sort of like balloons a number. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. It's, just as a reminder, those are estimates.
Right.
And those
yeah.
are plans.
I understand, but as we're looking at them, this is what people anticipate.
Right.
Right? And what it's telling me is don't expect any because there's a zero there. So even though it might change with cost escalation and everybody else getting more money, then that means that the lower projects don't get anything. So I'm just wondering how does that, how do the cost controls remain so that, eventually we'll get something?
Well, I can talk to this a little bit. So one of the key features about Measure B that I think is fairly unique compared to even sales tax measures in general is that many of these categories have very specific percentages assigned to them. So but those percentages don't happen every single year, and it is a 30-year measure. So some things, such as BART, will happen more towards the front of the measure. Other ones might happen later. And so in any given year, we may not be expending as much, but we do have a commitment and we do have board guidance as to what percentage is going to be spent in each of these categories. And neither Jane or I or Greg get to decide that we like one category more than another and shift budget over. If there ever was a need for that, we would have to come to the board for approval. So I think part of what you're seeing is the timing of expenditures at a certain point in time, but all of our plans through the life of the measure will still meet those original commitments.
So your point's well taken. Really, if we're going to put under development or to be developed, that's what that should be on SR 85. and on the county expressways and that, because we don't know what they're going to do in the years. We've been working with them in 2026 and 2027. We know State Route 85 corridor has enough money allocated that we can cover any costs in 26 and 27, because we're not planning on going into construction. I do think maybe we should be changing these to be developed or under development for those, so that people don't think they're not getting any funding, because I read it the same way. There's zero funds allocated to this over these next few years. And so I think maybe we just write under development and go forward, because it is a little more difficult. And I agree with you that it does look like we're not going to spend anything in those corridors if someone pulled this up.
And Director Kamei, if I may, we, as staff, we are keeping track of what's going where. We do at the end of each fiscal year, we do a snapshot as to what the percentages look like. But again, it is a snapshot. It is based on the 30 years, but what we're looking at is, this day and time. So we aren't requesting allocations, willy-nilly or to the hilt, for example, for lack of a better word. So we are very cognizant of what the language in the measure says and what the board has directed us that we should allocate the funds. And so, yes, I hope that helps.
Yeah. Can you talk about the 315?
That is the request that the project sponsors had identified. And so all of these numbers, even the county expressways, those are the numbers that the project sponsors have identified that they know of as of when I requested the information, so at the end of this past calendar year. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Director Abacosa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I actually wanted to go back to the Caltrain 4th train to Gilroy item. My understanding is that VTA has actually been paying for this 4th train. So this is not a new item, correct? It's just that there is an increase expected, so
that is
that's
correct. We
included
have
in here.
a funding agreement executed with Caltrain for the additional service. It was started in fiscal 24, so we have it for fiscal 24 and 25.
Okay.
And it was, at the time, a lower amount because they were still running blended service, diesel service up and down the
Yes,
corridor.
that's right.
Right, so.
If I could offer, I think it's also been a slight change in the methodology that's been deployed by Caltrain at this point now, with the singular way in which to identify the cost for all of Gilroy or the diesel. They've sort of modified the approach that they've presented in this case here as far as the cost associated to the 4th train versus incremental cost of the 4th, of providing that service. And that's where a slight distinction has been made. And so to Mayor Mahan's point, that's one of those items that we have to be very clear on, of getting credit for those dollars that are provided for that service.
And then, I know we're talking about this later, but I would note that there's an existing agreement that VTA pay for the entire Gilroy service, and that hasn't been the case, but that's all part of this whole governance regional measure discussion, so just wanted to flag that. The other just overall question was, so looking at this, looks like we've generated 2.26 billion, is that right?
Through December 24, it's 1.85 billion.
1.85
The board has approved allocations up to 2.26.
Okay, and so I was trying to remember, is it 6 billion over 30 years that we were expecting?
In 2017 dollars, yes.
Okay, so it'll end up being higher because the present value's increased. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Director Arenas?
Thank you. I'm wondering about the true-up adjustment for the local streets and roads, and how that is going to be more of an equitable investment in underserved communities. I'm going to speak specifically about South County.
The way funds are distributed to each city in the county is actually prescribed in the language of the measure. It is up to the city. We don't dictate to the city where they must use their funds. So it is up to the city of where they're going, where and how they're going to use their pavement maintenance funds.
Okay, and what are those discussions that you're having now with any of those cities?
For the local streets and roads funding, each agency, the cities and the county, at the beginning of the fiscal year, they have to provide us with what they're going to do with the funds, current year funds, and then provide us information on what they did, what's the status on what they say they were going to do. In addition, they have to provide complete streets review of their pavement program and take that into consideration. So the cities do, public agencies, again, cities and the county, do indicate where they're going to use their funds. So we don't dictate that they have to use it here first or there. So each city gets funds based on, again, the formula that's identified in the language of the measure.
Got it. And is there any indication, so there isn't any level of indication from VTA in terms of, we leave it completely up to the cities to decide?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I just want to say I appreciate the challenges in presenting some of this. When there's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, you're trying to present as much transparency and clarity. I do, just given some of the feedback, I don't know if there's maybe different ways of representing the zeros in the future to better clarify the discussion we're having, but I appreciate that, as well as the complexities of how this intersects with other issues such as Caltrain and other issues that we'll be talking about on other items. Before we go to a motion, I'll go to our general manager.
Just one thing, when it comes to the Caltrain corridor capacity, there's $315 million or 310? 314, that's a weird number, $314 million dollars on that. We've spent some of that down, but one of the things we will be doing is developing, very similar to what we did with the 1996 sales tax measures. There was money allocated to Caltrain, but it's VTA's sales tax measures, and so there was a determination by the board what they want to see that on. And so what VTA staff did was work very closely with Caltrain staff and developed a Measure B plan that the board adopted so that we can understand where do we want to see those $314 million go? What types of projects do we want to see? Are we in agreement? Because right now it's very difficult for Jane because projects are coming in and we're saying, oh, does it meet the criteria or not? But we don't know what the total outcome will be in the long run. And I think the board needs to have a vision about what do they want to do with the $314 million, minus whatever we've already spent. So I think that's one of the things that we need to take a look at. And I also, what Greg has gone up there today, we are looking at how Caltrain is distributing those dollars and what those costs of the service will be to us in the future. So those will be conversations. And I've already started having that conversation with the Caltrain executive director. So these are all really important things, but I think we need more clarity so that when we come to the board, and particularly when things come to Jane and that we actually have a vision for this money.
Thank you. Ex officio member Burt.
Yes, thank you. So on this topic, I've been concerned for some time, that it's 8 years since we passed Measure B, and we really haven't come up even with a plan to utilize even a significant portion of those dollars. And there are a number of important projects, not all of them in the near term. So today, after our Caltrain board meeting, I had a discussion, and Director Abakoga and I did with Caltrain leadership about how do we move this ball forward, and we're tentatively wanting to have a subcommittee at Caltrain of the 3 VTA board members who would then work with the 2 staffs to help develop a plan for this. We really need to utilize the dollars effectively and come back to the board with our recommendations and not have it drag out so long. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments before we go to motion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion?
I would second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. That was Salin Kamei. And all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That item passes. Really appreciate that discussion. Our next item is 7.3, which is an action item, VTA Access Paratransit Contract. And we will hear from Lisa Vickery, Deputy Director, Transit Operations and Operations Development, and Rochelle Tagood, Operations Manager, Regional Transportation Services.
Good evening, Board. Thank you, Chair. I'm Lisa Vickery. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations Development, and I'm excited to come to you tonight to ask for awarding of a contract that will allow us to continue our commitment to providing access paratransit services to eligible individuals in Santa Clara County who have disabilities that make them unable to use VTA's bus and light rail services. I'm going to allow Rochelle Tagood to go into more detail about what this award means and what we're looking to do tonight. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, honorable members of this board and the public as well who are with us tonight and those joining us remotely. As Lisa had said, I am here to do a presentation regarding a critical component of VTA's operations, which is access paratransit services. Following a competitive and comprehensive procurement process, I am here before you to request your approval to authorize the General Manager, CEO, to execute a contract with Transdev Services Incorporated for the delivery of access paratransit services within the County of Santa Clara. The contract is valued at $337,812,551 over a 7-year term. This includes a 3-year base contract totaling about $110.5 million and up to 4 one-year extensions in the total amount of $227.3 million. The contract start date is on July 1st, 2025. Just reiterating what Lisa had previously stated earlier, Access Paratransit is a vital complementary service that supports individuals who cannot independently use fixed route bus or light rail services due to a disability. It is not just a transportation option. It is a lifeline for individuals with physical, visual, or cognitive impairments. It ensures that they can get to work, go to their medical appointments, visit family and friends, go to the grocery stores, and other essential destinations safely, timely, and with dignity. It is a shared public transportation that provides exterior door to exterior door services. To give you a bit of context regarding Access Paratransit, since 1993, paratransit operations has been contracted out by VTA through outside or third-party providers. However, in 2016, oversight of the program was brought under VTA or in-house with the Regional Transportation Services Department to better manage quality service and responsiveness and ensure compliance and consistency. Access has 2 major components: Access Paratransit Services or operations and ADA paratransit eligibility. During the transition period in 2016, an emergency contract was entered into by VTA and MV Transportation. And following a procurement process in 2017, MV continued to be the service provider for access services. The current contract is set to expire on June 30, 2025. I apologize, I forgot the slides.
You're fine.
Okay. To prepare for the conclusion of the current contract in June and to ensure uninterrupted service continuity and ongoing compliance with ADA requirements, VTA issued a request for proposal, or RFP S24193, for Access Paratransit Services on October 11, 2024. This solicitation defines the scope of work for the upcoming service term. The development of the RFP was a collaborative process that included extensive consultation with the members of the Committee of Transportation, Mobility, and Accessibility, or CTMA, and an ad hoc group was in fact created for this particular purpose. Their valuable inputs helped shape key provisions of the solicitation, particularly in areas such as fair pay and benefits for access staff, driver recruitment and retention strategies, comprehensive employee training, integration of supplemental services, enhancement to the trip booking process, a clear and transparent complaint resolution system, standards for vehicle cleanliness and disinfecting protocols, and robust performance metrics and key performance indicators or KPIs. As provided in the RFP, the procurement process is a best value procurement. Best value means it's a selection process where the award is based on a combination of price and qualitative considerations to select the best overall value to VTA. The proposer whose proposal is found to be the most advantageous to the VTA will be selected based on the following evaluation criteria: qualification of the firm, which is given 25 points, staffing and project organization, which is given 25 points, work plan and project understanding, 20 points, cost proposal, 20 points, and use of existing operator and staff, 10 points. These evaluation criteria are included in the publicly released RFP on access paratransit services. To ensure a fair and thorough evaluation, VTA brought together a team of experts with experience in paratransit operations, compliance, customer service, information technology, finance, and public advocacy on community needs. Each evaluator conducted a rigorous and independent evaluation of all written proposals. The process was done in full accordance with VTA's established policies and procedures and designed to ensure fair and equitable treatment of all proposers. After review of the proposals, shortlisted firms were invited to participate in formal interviews. These interviews allowed VTA to further explore each proposer's understanding of the project, responsiveness to stakeholder concerns, ability to innovate, alignment with VTA's service standards and values, and ability to meet and exceed ADA standards. Evaluators were also given the opportunity to ask proposers' management team structured and scenario-based questions that included how proposers would address common operational challenges in real-world settings. After a thorough evaluation of all submitted proposals, interview responses, as well as cost proposal clarifications, along with extensive deliberation and consensus building, the evaluation committee concluded that Transdev Services Incorporated offers the best value for VTA. As illustrated on this slide, Transdev received a total score points of 93.6 compared to 89.8 and 78.6 for the other two proposers. These scores were determined based on the evaluation criteria outlined in the RFP, including, again, qualifications, staffing, work plan, use of existing operators, and cost. Transdev's price proposal was positioned in the mid-range of all proposals received during the competitive procurement process. This indicates that their pricing is consistent with prevailing market conditions and aligned with industry standards. The decision of the evaluation committee was data-driven and criteria-based, not influenced by external or subjective factors. The recommendation to award the Access Paratransit Services contract to Transdev aligns with VTA's strategic goals by ensuring seamless service continuity, enhanced operational efficiency, and elevating the overall customer experience for individuals who rely on paratransit for essential mobility. In addition, this forward-looking contract is designed to proactively address anticipated growth in ridership, maintain full regulatory compliance, and incorporate the technological innovation necessary to meet the evolving needs of our paratransit community. VTA is confident that this partnership will strengthen our ability to continue to deliver safe, reliable, and accessible transportation for those who need it most. To conclude my presentation, I would like to reiterate once again, we are respectfully requesting the board's approval to authorize the general manager to execute a contract with Transdev Services in the amount previously stated over a 7-year period. Thank you for your attention and continued support of the VTA Access Paratransit Program. At this time, I am more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go to board member comments, let's go to public comment on this. We will start with Lupe Medrano, then Mason Fong, Dennis Shipman, and Carmen Alba.
Good evening, can you hear me? Yes, okay, thank you. I'm here to acknowledge that paratransit has been my sole provider of transportation since 2018 when I lost most of my spatial awareness. And I would like to also acknowledge the wonderful paratransit drivers that we have who have treated us with a lot of respect, dignity, and compassion. They're excellent drivers. We're very grateful to them. And I hope that we can keep them all on board because, again, they treat us with such respect and dignity. It is very much appreciated. And again, I appreciate all the staff and people who work with paratransit as well, because it is their hard work that keeps this paratransit program going. And we appreciate everything they do for us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for staying here on a late night. I'm here to really call foul on this RFP, and the devils are in the details. This RFP recommendation and process don't pass the smell test. For example, the City of San Jose's speed camera program has asked for a best and final offer from all the vendors, one of which is my client. This has not solicited a best and final offer. Thus, taxpayers are paying more. When you go to buy a car at Honda dealerships, you go to 3 different Hondas and you say, give me the best price on this Honda Civic. And then you take those prices and you bid them against each other to get the price even lower. So you could save millions of dollars by deferring this item until a best and final offer has been solicited from all vendors. There's 3 criteria for changing a vendor: price, performance, and management. And as you'll hear later on today, this does not pass any of those 3 criteria to me. So I really urge you to look at this, ask pointed questions, and defer this until a best and final offer can give you a better price. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dennis Shipman with MV Transportation. As it was stated, this was a competitive procurement, best value procurement, but yet it did not have a best and final offer. A fiscally responsible approval from this board for $337 million of VTA funds certainly warrants a procurement asking for a best and final offer. Our initial offer for this procurement was $2 million cheaper, total contract value, but we were asked to change that solution. The result was our price increased $20 million. We no longer met the DBE goal, and we would have had longer wait times and would have had worse on-time performance because it would not have addressed the challenge we have with not enough fleet, which is why MV pushed for more non-dedicated fleet. Non-dedicated fleet was cheaper. Knowing that those outcomes are undesirable, MV was told we'd get an opportunity to adjust our solution. We did not. We were told we would get that, and I quote, after the apples to apples comparison. Well, I mean, disappointed that we didn't get that opportunity. I think that's something that this team should address. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Carmen Alba. I am the TransDev Senior Vice President for the Northwest. I'm here tonight in support of this item for the award of the Access Paratransit Program to TransDev. I'm proud to share that TransDev has over 100 years' experience. We're the largest provider of paratransit services in the world. We perform services like this in many cities, including San Francisco, Oakland, Portland, San Mateo, Hartford, New York, and Orlando, just to name a few. We have resources in 400 contracts across the U.S. and headquartered in Chicago. I would like to assure the board and the employees and our potential passengers that we regularly perform these kinds of transitions seamlessly. We're excited about this opportunity, and we thank the staff for the recommendation. By the way, I'm looking at the clock. I live in Sacramento, and my entire team lives just nearby, so regional support would be a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any commenters online who wish to speak on this item?
Yes, Chair, we have 3 hands raised. We'll begin with Tricia Cokes, followed by Aaron Morrow. Tricia, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our statements. I strongly agree to give award TransDev the paratransit contract. Please award this to them. This paratransit is my way to get around Santa Clara County. I am one of the ones that cannot take the bus, or fixed route light rail or bus. It's my lifeline to get around Santa Clara County. Thank you so much.
Before we go on to Aaron Morrow, I'd like to note for the record that written public comment was submitted and is included in the online portal. Aaron Morrow, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good evening, board members and members of the public. My name is Mr. Aaron Morrow. I'm chair of the CTMA. I would urge you to support the staff recommendation of TransDev moving forward as the current paratransit contractor for Santa Clara County. One thing that is noticed, ND has had their chance to prove to the members of this community that they can keep delivering the program, and they have done that since off and on since 2009. So I think they've had their chance. It was a competitive bid, and now it's time to move on and see if we can't improve the key performance indicators that is very important to this contract. Thank you.
Roland, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So I have a quick comment and a quick question to the chair. $338 million over 7 years is $48 million a year. And from my perspective, as a taxpayer, cost per ride would have been a useful metric. The question through the chair is whether the RFP resulted in any proposals from Uber, Waymo, or Tesla, or did the requirement to use existing operators and staff made it impossible for a company to bid an autonomous vehicle solution? Thank you.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, and before we go back for director comments or questions, can we give, does staff want to address the comments that were made?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the comments that we received from Lupe Medrano, requesting for continued improvement on the paratransit services, and that's exactly our goal when we undertook the request for proposal process. With respect to the comments that were given by our partners from MV, I believe that most of those comments are also included in their notice of protest, which have been appropriately and timely responded to by VTA. And although I can't speak about these specifics that applies to MV, I just would like to reiterate the fact that the RFP process was conducted, as I've said previously, under strict adherence to VTA's procurement policies and procedures, federal requirements, and industry best practices. The process was fair, equitable, competitive, and ensured that all proposers were evaluated based solely on pre-established criteria. That includes a publicly issued RFP with clearly stated evaluation criteria, transparent scoring rubrics and thresholds, independent proposal reviews and consensus scoring by a multidisciplinary evaluation panel, and due diligence that included interviews, clarifications, and reference checks. With respect to the contention regarding the best and final offer, I would like to direct the members of the board as well as the public into a provision that is clearly stated in the RFP that was released. That was Section H on instructions to proposers of the RFP. It states that VTA reserves the right to solicit best and final offers from all or some of the proposers and to negotiate with any, all, or none of the proposers. This language confirms that VTA has full discretion regarding whether or not to request best and final offers. The solution of best and final offers, or BAFO, is not a requirement and was never guaranteed to any proposer. Moreover, VTA's Procurement Procedures and Requirements, or VPPR, also confirms that the BAFO process is optional and subject to the procurement authority's judgment based on the sufficiency of the proposals received. VTA determined that upon evaluation of the written proposals, together with the responses during the interview phase and cost proposal clarification, all proposers provided adequate information to allow for a competitive evaluation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for addressing those. We really appreciate it. We'll now turn to director comments or questions, and I'll start down this way. Start with Director Foley and then Director Jane.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and your thorough analysis and response to the best and final offer. That was the question that I had, and your explanation is very thorough, and I accept that. I also accept that the members of the CTFA responded, and they are in support of this contract and offer as well, and the majority of them are the riders and users of this transit plan. So I will move approval of this item and encourage the directors to as well.
Thank you. And was that committee with the second? Thank you. Director Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all the work in soliciting these bids and awarding this bid. I was reading through the documentation, and a couple of things I didn't, I think one of the goals is to enhance trip booking and to have robust performance metrics. What I saw in the documentation was that people can only schedule up to 3 days in advance for a paratransit ride, which doesn't seem appropriate. And it seems like if they have a doctor's appointment, they want to get ahead of the queue, and you usually book your doctor's appointments weeks in advance. So that's an enhancement that I think is very important. also didn't understand why there's an extra charge for same-day service when it's only subject to availability of excess capacity. So that didn't really make sense for me. And then I know there's daily and monthly reports going to be generated, and one of those is monthly on-time and excessively late trip reports. But, you know, this is a 3-year contract, and I didn't see a lot of metrics in there, performance metrics, particularly with respect to the user experience. And I think, in my opinion, we should be focusing on the user experience. And I've always talked about this. There should really be a priority for doctor's appointments for trips, because I've heard that people don't use paratransit for doctor's appointments. It's too unreliable. So hopefully there's better software being used to help with the bookings and to make the user experience better. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. We will definitely take into consideration your suggestions, and as a matter of fact, we are looking into some of your suggestions, specifically with respect to the same-day services. We have created an ad hoc group under the CTMA to look into the premium fare services. This applies to what we call as premium services that includes same-day delivery. Sorry. I'm thinking of my Amazon. Same-day services. Okay. And what is premium areas, which is actually beyond the 3/4 regular service area that we have. Same request for same vehicle. Those are premium services, and we charge $16. So we currently have an ad hoc group that looks into that one. And we're hoping that before the end of the year, I will be back here before you to present the recommendation of the ad hoc group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director, let's go Director Gonzalez and then Director Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I turned on the wrong mic. I'm sorry about that. So, no, I'll keep my comments brief. I appreciate the presentation as well as, the staff's thorough work with this process that ultimately ended with the recommendation for TransDev. And, I do want to give an acknowledgement to MB Transit, who has provided services for our community for, since 2016, if I can recall, and they stepped in under, difficult circumstances. So while, they were not selected for this contract, I would be remiss if I didn't give that sense of appreciation for our residents for their services throughout the years, and I look forward to TransDev's service and the continuity of paratransit service for our community in the coming years. Thanks.
Appreciate your comments very much and agree with those sentiments. Director Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming that the winner of this at this point, who you're recommending, TransDev, they were the cheapest as well. Is that correct? Was that part of the consideration?
They were in the mid-range of the pack.
Okay.
Yes.
The question of what stood out to me was the second 4-year, the 1-year options up to 4 years, on average is an increase of about $20 million per year. And it just seems pretty steep. And so I got some feedback from the staff. I had submitted some questions, so I've got some additional questions, though. One of the comments back said, in addition to labor-related factors, the cost projections also account for planned service delivery, or in your case, same-day delivery, planned service delivery enhancements, and the integration of innovative technologies to improve operational efficiency, rider experience, and accessibility. I'm just wondering, it sounds great, but what does all that mean? Just exactly what is that is going to improve rider experience so greatly that they can justify $20 million per year? So that's a question I've got. It just seems like a big jump.
Yes. So just to provide a little bit of context regarding the cost increases. So the cost increases as a result of the RFP issuance and the subsequent award to Transdev. We're looking into about a 20 to 25% increase of our projected FY25 numbers. And basically, this is a combination of several factors, which is not just, proposer-driven factors. Rather, it's more of industry and market-related factors. Prior to undertaking this RFP, we have reached out to partner agencies who were involved in this process previously. And we were already, forewarned that if we go into the RFP and, get into a new contract, either with a new contractor or even with the incumbent, we are looking into a possible 30 to 40% increase on the first year. So I think it's very important that we establish that particular increase at this time. And with respect to your four-year concern, the gradual increases in cost is actually dependent on the revenue hours. And this is based on the trends that we're seeing regarding a significant ridership increases. However, these revenue hours are just pre-established criteria. Now, if actual revenue hours fall below this pre-established criteria, VTA will be paying based on the actual revenue hours. And so we're saying that, the important cost components in the contract are actually volume-based, and it offers a built-in flexibility as well as scalability, which aligns with actual service demand. With respect to your second question on the service enhancements, the RFP itself calls for new requirements, which were not in the old contract. And, first of all, as I've said, going back to industry trends, escalating labor costs due to competitive hiring market and pressure to meet or exceed living wage standards, especially here in the county, is a major driving factor, as well as higher insurance and liability costs that are particularly applicable to specialized transportation. Insurance for paratransit is definitely way higher than your ordinary car insurance. So these market trends set the context upon which the RFP was developed and reviewed. Now, with respect to the innovative service delivery models. So these are like deployment of real-time tracking, which one of the honorable members have suggested, improving scheduling system and passenger-facing mobile apps for a better user experience, because these have been one of the wants of our paratransit community, for them to have an app on their phones wherein they could check if their ride is coming and are they will they prepare for it, or if they wanted to book their trips, add money to their account, they could do that through their phone. In addition to that one, we are also streamlining customer complaint experience. As a matter of fact, previously we didn't have a definitive process or procedure, but now with the RFP process, we are engaging our contractor to have a direct involvement and just engagement with the customers, especially with respect to their concerns or with respect to their complaints. We are also looking into Power BI dashboards that will be used by staff that will show real-time information and data. with respect to our partners, community-based organizations, they have always been asking us, is there a way wherein we could actually track trips of our clients? In that way, we would have time to get ready and prepare to meet them at the door in order to, for safety purposes. So those are the enhancements that we are looking into. In addition, of course, to stricter cleaning protocols, especially following COVID, wherein we're serving the most vulnerable citizens of our society. We are continuing with stringent disinfecting protocols and vehicle cleaning.
So all those things you just described, am I hearing you right? Those won't even begin until after these first 3 years, so you're not going to, I mean, the company's not going to begin these sorts of efforts until year 4?
No, they will start as soon as we start with a contract. However, with respect to year 4, we are looking into, of course, annual maintenance of these service enhancements, as well as upgrades.
But the things you just described, if those take place in year 1 through 3, those would not be things we would look to be charged in year 4 through 7.
They will continue to be charged through year 4 and 7 in an increasing manner because maintenance of these systems would require like escalated increases as well, and then upgrades of the system are included. And of course, this contract is forward-looking. What may be technologically savvy this year may no longer be savvy 4 years from now. So we're just forward-looking. And, but this is already included in the contract. However, there are safety, there are measures wherein there are cost control measures as well included in the contract that will address those concerns.
Okay. You describe these increases as gradual, and you and I might look at numbers differently. 20 million is not a gradual increase to me. I mean, even if you increased gradually the first 2 years of 5 to 10 million, on the back end of those 4 years, those are much higher numbers. That's not gradual. So when you describe gradual, what is it in your mind? I mean, is it 20 million is a gradual increase? And I'm just trying to get perspective here. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Yes, no worries. Actually, based on a percentage increase, we are looking into about 11 to 14% annual increases from year 2 through year 7. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go into cost or details since this is included in the contract. But I'm just, providing you with the percentage increases annually.
And that makes sense. I get that. So what I did, and maybe that's not how this contract works, but what I did is I kind of broke it down to like the 110 million, whatever, breaks down about 36,822,000 a year. But that's not necessarily how it is in the contract. Okay,
No,
okay.
yes.
So that's what, I get it. That was throwing me. When you talked about best and final offer, and I really do appreciate your thorough explanation of that, had there been some concerns of, and I forget the way you described it, but there would have been an option had something not been right in your minds that, hey, let's do a best and final. So that could have been an option.
Yes, as I've said, it's VTA's discretion based on the evaluation of the proposal
I guess where I'm
submitted.
going was based on your conversations with folks, and I put a lot of weight on this because you you had these conversations. So based on those conversations, you felt there was no need to go out for best and final or to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
After evaluation of the written proposals, interview responses, and the cost clarification responses as well.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Weinberg and then Director Sell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I actually had some of the same questions as Director Turner. Let me make sure that I understand your answer to his question. It sounds to me like what you're saying is we should not evaluate the two phases of the contract, $110 million over 3 years and 227 over 4 years as an average for each year, but we should look at it as an increasing slope. So at the beginning of each phase, it's not 1/3 or 1/4 of the total. It's a continuing slope that if we looked at it on a graph year by year would be more congruous. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And in addition to that, the cost is actually closely related to the revenue hours, meaning to say that, when I said that the percentage annual increases in cost is about 11 to 14% annually, we're also looking into the increase in revenue hours as a result of projected growth in ridership at 11 to 14 to 15% as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's extremely useful to me. This, of course, is an extremely important contract because it's providing services to some of the most needy clients that the VTA has. Is there a reason why you wouldn't ask for a best and final offer? I mean, just from what we've heard today, I can only imagine the amount of pressure that has been put on you, the amount of difficulty that you have had working with lots of different stakeholders to make your presentation. But I'm just curious why you wouldn't go through the step of just asking for a best and final offer so that you have it.
As I've mentioned earlier, the VTA Evaluation Committee has determined, based on a thorough analysis and deliberation, that the submitted written proposals, along with the responses during the formal interview process, and the request for cost proposal. There was already a cost proposal clarification that was undertaken. So they have already provided adequate information to allow the evaluation committee for a competitive evaluation and make this particular recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Is there a reason why the staff report didn't talk about the details of the other bids? I mean, it wasn't until we got the slides that we saw there was Transdev and then provider A, provider B. It struck me as unusual that we wouldn't see who the other bidders were and get some insight into why you're recommending Transdev as opposed to some of the others. I mean, clearly it wasn't just on cost. You've made that clear, and I understand what the criteria are. You've put the objective criteria up on the board as part of your presentation, but there's a subjective application of that. I mean, that's the nature of the process. I would really have liked to have seen and understood how that analysis went forward. We're talking about $350 million for an extremely important project. So I'm just curious why we weren't given more information about the other bids, and would you have an objection to releasing more information about those bids?
Board Member Weinberg. Hi, Evelyn Tran, General Counsel. I'll respond maybe partially to your question. So during a competitive procurement process, a lot of the deference should be given to the selection committee. And during that process, there's a deliberation. It's a deliberation process. And until the contract is fully awarded, which is up to the discretion of this board, there's always a chance that we may have to go back to the second or to the third. And this way, what we do is we protect VTA's negotiation position on that, and so we don't provide all of that information out there because of that process, to ensure that VTA is in the most competitive position in negotiating these contracts.
Could it be provided under the attorney-client privilege or some other privilege?
To the extent that it's covered under the attorney-client privilege, that if you are asking me information, specifically legal advice regarding that, I can provide that to you under the attorney-client privilege.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
From a user perspective, will there be any change, any hiccups in a change of vendor from MV to Transdev? or will the switchover be completely smooth and unnoticeable by our users of paratransit?
Those were actually one of the major considerations when we selected TransDev, in that they have presented a solid transition plan that has the primary objective of continuing services without any disruption, given that this is a lifeline of our clients. And we have, we believe in TransDev's ability to transition smoothly, given their experience with transitioning from one contract to another contract.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I have no reason to doubt staff's recommendation whatsoever, but I would like to see additional information on all the bids, and I would love to see that under the attorney-client privilege if possible. I have no reason to oppose the staff recommendation, but I'm not comfortable giving it a yes yet, so if there is a vote taken, I'll be abstaining.
Thank you, Director Sell.
VTA has, we're projected to have a deficit in the future. So given that we will be having a deficit in the future, how does staff frame not getting a best and final offer?
So this is one of the areas that has grown quite a bit in our budget for 26 and 27 for fiscal budgets. And so it has been under consideration as to what we do. So there was definitely some review of the dollars. The dollars are less have to do, I think, with the contractor as it does with the projected growth in our paratransit ridership, which has always been something that an agency struggles with because it is an expensive trips to make. And so it is one of the things that we are trying to, the budget that we brought to you the other day did have these numbers in it. It is one of the heavier hits to the budget this year. Differences from the year before to this year. But primarily it is based on the increased ridership is the biggest driver.
And the
for us.
associated labor costs with delivering that
Now, I
service.
will say that
as
is
well.
one area that we're seeing that across the board, is that any new contracts are coming in with new labor rates. Because if they were pulled with one labor rate earlier through a contract that was done many years ago, and that's true even for most of our professional services contracts, they're all coming back in when we redo their contract or a new contract comes in, that we're actually seeing much, much higher labor rates because of the economy and where it has gone. And it could also be, the labor rates also include the benefits and everything that these employees also have. So how it plays out, we have been able to put it in the budget. It's one of the reasons why I'm not going to say it's the only reason for seeing a deficit. It's also sales tax declines. But I will say it was a hit to the budget that we presented to you. And it was one of the things that we were having to mitigate throughout the rest of the agency.
Okay. And then sometimes when, you switch to something, then you look at criteria. And if criteria is not met, is there a way to have an exit and rebid this if we're not satisfied with criteria over a certain time?
So do you want to talk a little bit about how we use the criteria and then any termination provisions that are in the contract?
Yes. Can I discuss on the termination of the contract or just on the evaluation criteria based on the RFP?
I think you can talk about what's in the RFP.
Okay.
That's a public document, and you can talk about the provision relating to termination.
Okay, so as I've previously stated earlier, we the evaluation committee followed the evaluation criteria as set forth in the RFP. And based on the different criteria of qualification, staffing and project organization, work plan, and use of existing operators and the cost proposal, we believed that the three shortlisted firms actually met, all the criteria. And it is just, after the interview process, when they went through the formal interview process and clarification on the cost proposal, that we were able to give points and at the same time come up with the decision as to who's going to, who has actually forwarded a best value offer to VTA following the 5 criteria that were in the RFP.
Okay.
Because there are points associated with each of those evaluation criteria.
Yeah, my thought is going forward, if we decide to accept the contract, will there be thresholds, criteria, checkpoints? And then if this current vendor is not meeting our goals, is there ability in the contract to have an exit strategy?
Yes, it's also included in the RFP that we have a number of key performance indicators that have to be met by the contractor. And if the contractor has not met, those key performance indicators, then there is a process that we call as a cure notice, wherein they will be properly informed of their failure to comply or meet the KPIs or the obligations set forth in the contract. And if they continue not to meet or fail to fulfill those KPIs and obligations, then there is also a provision regarding termination and notification.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I have one question. What are the implications for obviously an incredibly important contract and service that we offer? What are the implications, given some of the questions and concerns, to deferring for a meeting and bringing it back? Operationally, just to allow you to move forward.
I guess, it would not be advisable, strategically speaking, and because it will affect the continuity of critical services. As I've said, and as indicated by our members of the paratransit community, this is actually their lifeline. And if ever there's, the board will defer or delay, there's also a possibility that VTA will not be able to undergo a smooth transition, and this will significantly impact not only our operations, but most of all, our paratransit clients.
And what is the period for the transition of that, of the contract?
Yeah, if the board approves it today, transition process immediately starts as soon as either a notice to proceed is issued by VTA or the contract is executed, whichever comes first.
And the current contractor, MV's contract, concludes June 30th.
Thank you. Really appreciate all the work and time answering the questions, some challenging but important questions, and the work of the committee that reviewed this and gave the input. I do, as others have said, want to appreciate my appreciation to TransDev and their employees for the work serving our community, and MV and all the bidders. Appreciate deeply all the questions. Do we have other? Go
I
ahead,
just have one more.
please, Director
Forgive me for
Turner.
that. I take more of a comment. I think part of the challenge is we're in a situation here where if we wanted to do a little more research, we don't have time. And so I don't know if in the future these things come before us with 90 to 120 days instead of 60 days, which means if you don't approve it, then we're not providing service, and it puts the board in a very difficult spot, especially based on some of the comments I'm hearing. I think we could have probably said, we want some more information. And now we're not really in a position to do that. So it's a bit of a challenge.
I deeply appreciate your comments, and what I'll say is I think I anticipate staff listening to the feedback and any improvements we can make in terms of the process. I understand the challenges and all the factors you have to balance, but definitely agree with the comments. That said, we have a motion, and
Chair,
go.
here, Arenas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't see your light. Please go ahead, Director Arenas.
Thank you. I don't know that we have to be forced to make a decision simply because staff didn't bring this to the board with enough time. This feels almost like a setup. If we don't do this, then we are going to potentially hurt the transition for the paratransit program, which nobody wants. But that's not how you make decisions. And I support deferring this item and looking at a potential extension of the current contractor so that there can be a smooth transition, because it seems like there's too many questions that the board has about this. And I agree with a lot of the members here, and those were some of my questions that I had, especially around if we know that we are going to go into dire straits soon enough, and I think it was you, Member Sell, that said, how can we build in an increase of this sort? And I think you, Mayor, I think you brought this up as well, is how do we incorporate this without even knowing how this contractor is going to perform? And while I appreciate that there is going to be maybe more availability, we still don't know if that's something that's guaranteed in terms of performance. I tend not to want to. I tend not to like to be forced into a decision, and I think that the board has enough questions that it merits a deferral for additional discussion. You can go ahead and do that if you like.
Can I ask a question of staff real quick? And I don't know this, and this is also for Evelyn and Nicole, who's back there from procurement, is we have to award the entire contract, the entire 7 years with the option? Or can you do the 3 and come back, even if it's in a short period of time, to talk about the options on the 4 years? I don't know the answer to that. Which allows us to move the base forward and then come back, and even if it's in the next month or 2, to talk about the costs and the options. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how to. And I do want to give the staff. We did have an RFP, I think, that went out. Rochelle, we did have a previous RFP that went out. We had to pull it back.
Yes,
This has
correct.
been-
We
it's not
did issue an RFP previously, way back in 2023, and it was pulled back, and we have to issue this new RFP way back in October 2024.
Yeah, and so once we pulled back, got the new RFP written based on what was requested, and got that back out the door, then it just takes the time to do a really good, thorough evaluation. It takes a few months to negotiate the contract, so that's the reason why. So I apologize it was so late, but we were trying to make sure everything was done in a fashion that we felt like we were doing, or at least our staff's due diligence before we bring it to you. So I would say, but I have that question just in case. I don't know the answer to that, I guess, so.
And staff can confirm this, but it's 3 years as the base with VTA's ability to extend it. So it's our option whether or not we want to extend it. So there's always the option of not extending it. Yes.
I have a question there is, who makes that decision? Will that come to the board for a decision, or is that a staff decision?
It's typically a staff decision, but this board can have it come back.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, is that a discretionary decision, or are there metrics that if they're met, we're locked into the option?
There are metrics built into the contract, but that would be staff that they would need to analyze those metrics, and then they would typically determine whether or not they want to extend it. But in this particular situation, the board can make a motion to approve the contract with the condition that it comes back on the 4th year.
I've got another question.
Director Turner? Yeah,
Thank you,
please.
Chair. If again, at some point, we're still feeling a little uncomfortable going into a 3-year commitment, is there a possibility of extending the current contract by 3 to 6 months while we do greater evaluation here? There is not. So we really are sort of in a situation, we got to decide tonight, yes or no.
You'd have to tell me that, but that is, we've already tried.
Yes,
we've already extended.
this is actually, the second time that we came before the board to extend the contract. And upon specific instructions that the next time that I come here to make my presentation, that it should be to request for authorization to award a contract as a result of a RFP and not an extension.
That's true.
Yeah, I think, obviously some of us are new and we're there for that first,
Exactly,
so.
yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me try to offer this up again. We have a motion on the floor, and I do want to get to that. Would the maker of the motion, the seconder, consider a friendly amendment to approve the contract with the amendment that after 3 years it comes back to the board for review with those metrics with that same staff analysis rather than solely being a staff decision?
Sure, I don't have a problem with including that in the motion.
That's fine.
Thank you. And it's just, apart from all the considerations, I really do give great deference to the panel, and as was stated by the maker of the motion, those who are impacted and utilizing the services. I think that's ultimately who we're accountable to. So I appreciate you considering that. With that said, we have motion on the floor.
I want to add something.
Please.
It's just a
ahead.
comment.
No.
Because I think that it's important for all of us to think of the demographics. This service has been increasing tremendously, right? And we want to make sure that you have quality service. Because I don't know if other board members get complaints, but I've gotten complaints about, like really long wait times. If you're there, waiting and waiting and waiting, it's really not a way to provide service. So I just think that as our population continues to age and live longer, more of us, those of us who are getting up there, are going to need to use this, right? And so I just think that when it comes back, it would be interesting to see what is the trend, because it is a higher cost mobility. So I think that, but if more of us are using it at this higher cost, that's something that's gonna, sort of like escalate and continue to escalate for a while, because we're lasting a lot longer. And so I think that information would also help us to know, what is the impact over time, because while previously it was not as much, it has grown. And I've recognized that. My mother, who's 92, she's not driving a car anymore. And so I definitely know that, or taking the bus or the train. And so I understand that it is a service that is desperately needed, and it's going to increase a lot. Thank you.
Chair, if I could make a comment on that one.
Sure, just briefly.
I just would like to inform the members of the board that RTS regularly reports to the CTMA with respect to the performance metrics on the contract. We do a quarterly report that is also, presented to the SSTPO and subsequently sent to the board of directors as an information item. And this is also a part of the directives that we received from the former board chair to provide a quarterly report on paratransit performance metrics.
I appreciate it very much, and the comments, and I'll just say, rather than repeating that, this is possibly the item on which I'm just personally most frequently get comments, and so it is deeply important. Again, really appreciate the extensive discussion. We have a motion. All those in favor say aye. With the amendments, aye? Aye. Sorry. Any opposed? And any abstentions? No abstentions. And I'm sorry, Evelyn, did you have a question? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that discussion. And thank you to staff.
Thank you very much.
That brings us to our last item for the public agenda, last major item, which is item 7.3.x. And this will be an update on Senate Bill 63 and public opinion polling from Aaron Quigley, Senior Policy Analyst, and Beverly Green, Chief Government Affairs Officer.
Okay, I'm going to start off while people are taking their seats. But this evening, there are a few things that we're going to be covering when it comes to the revenue measure 63, but also some of the work that we've been doing. We did have a poll done, so there are polling results that we'll be going over this evening. And then we will actually give a status of the bill. And the other thing that I want to make sure, coming back to what our vice chair requested last month, was the options, potential options. It isn't the full array of all the options, but options that we can consider. And then we'll be coming back in June based on additional information, discussions, analysis with a recommendation with where we might be going with the regional measure. As if you remember, the regional measure has 3 counties engaged. It would call for 3 counties to cover to have a half-cent sales tax, which would help to cover some of the transit deficits of AC Transit, Caltrain, BART, and Muni. And then we have the ability, as well as San Mateo County, to opt in. And so this is some of the discussion that we are talking about, as well as some of the needs that we have. So Beverly, I'm turning it over to you, and you can introduce who you have. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Good evening, board. This is an information item about SB 63, and also for us to hear the most recent polling that VTA has commissioned. So there are 2 parts to this presentation. I am joined by Sarah Labatt, Senior Principal of EMC Research, and Aaron Quigley, as we have said, and we also have, as a, just in case, a reference of Dino Chavara, who is the marketing manager. Just so you know, we are sharing information, and we expect to come back to you at the next board meeting on June 5th to actually put some action forward and to craft a letter that would share what we would like to see in any legislation if we choose to do so. So with that, I will turn it over to Sarah Labatt.
Thank you. I think it says on. So good evening. My name is Sarah Labatt. I'm a senior principal with EMC Research. Glad to speak with you all tonight. I'll be quickly reviewing our poll results, and then I'm happy to take any questions. Is this supposed to come?
No, keep going.
Keep going. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So, gosh. Sorry. Usually I'm better at pushing people's buttons. Okay. So we did a likely voter survey of voters in Santa Clara County for VTA. I do want to make a note on the timing. We conducted the survey April 17th through 27th, so this is extremely fresh data that we have for you here tonight. We do want to remind us that it's a dynamic moment in the public opinion atmosphere, both locally and nationally. And we want to just remember that as we think about any polling conducted at any moment. Really, polling is a snapshot in time. The time that we did this, there was a lot happening, some of which was local and some was national, and we just want to keep that in mind, thinking about poll results. A quick overview of what we see here tonight, and then I have just a few slides of data to show. First of all, we do see optimism growing in Santa Clara County. 61% of Santa Clara County voters feel that things are going in the right direction. So it's actually becoming a more positive environment. We see that growing. Just under 7 in 10 voters in the county believe there's at least some need for additional transportation funding in Santa Clara County. And we see current levels of support for a sales tax measure at 57%, and there is no measurable difference between a regional sales tax measure with Santa Clara County at 1/8 of a cent or a local sales tax measure for a 1/2 cent in Santa Clara County. And we will show what we asked on that, but we're not seeing a lot of sensitivity to the differences that I know you're all very much focused on in terms of the different approaches you might have for revenue. I'd also say that additional information about the benefits of a tax measure doesn't really improve support. We're not seeing a lot of growth in support with more information, but we do see some undermining of support when we provide some types of information that might come from any opposition to a potential revenue measure. So just quickly through some slides that reflect those findings. First of all, are things going in the right direction or on the wrong track? 61% of voters believe things are going in the right direction in Santa Clara County, 37% off on the wrong track. We've asked this question lots and lots of times here in Santa Clara County, so I wanted to show you sort of the history, and I think the important thing to see here is over the past few years, we're really seeing a gradual growth, and we're seeing this gradual growth throughout the Bay Area, but you are more positive than some of the other areas in the Bay Area. If you've seen any of the other polling that's been done for MTC or other parts of the region, Santa Clara County seems to be a little bit ahead of the curve in terms the slope is similar, but you seem to have a slightly more positive electorate at this time. We asked them their perception of awareness of need for funding for transportation in the county, and we see nearly 7 in 10 saying that they believe Santa Clara County has great or some need for more transportation funding. So the awareness of the need certainly is present. So the survey design, what we did is we asked half of the people in the survey about the county 1/2 cent sales tax measure. That's the split A you see here on the left. The other half heard a regional sales tax measure with Santa Clara County at 1/8 of a cent. That's what you see split B here on the right. We conducted 800 total interviews, so 400 interviews with each of those two groups. They were selected randomly. The 2 samples are demographically balanced and matched to make sure what we're trying to do here is we're not going to give the voters in the survey a choice between the two. That is not a realistic simulation of what a ballot might look like, but rather they get one ballot question, yes or no. So that's really what we're doing here, and we split the sample to really understand in an independent measure how do voters hear these two, what is the support level for each, and we're able to do this by essentially randomly selecting 2 samples. The margin of error on each of these is about 4.9 percentage points when you look at the interviews that went sort of down each track of the survey. So this slide represents the support we saw when we asked those 2 questions of 2 independent random samples of Santa Clara County voters. On the left, the 1/2 cent county sales tax. The language was a 1/2 cent sales tax, a new tax. It was not adjusting any prior taxes, but rather, would you support a 1/2 cent transportation sales tax? You see 57% of the voters in the poll said yes, they would support that. At this time, 43% said no. On the right, you see a variable rate regional sales tax with Santa Clara County at 1/8 of a cent. This is the same question that MTC asked a few months ago without Santa Clara County in. So it had San Francisco at 7/8 of a cent, Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Mateo at that time at a 1/2 cent. So we've essentially replicated that ballot question, but also included Santa Clara County. The number you see here is only among voters in Santa Clara County. We did not ask it of the entire region. And you see support there with a separate random sample of voters is also at 57% support and 43 oppose. We do have a margin of error of about 5 percentage points on each of these. This is clearly within that margin of error because the two numbers that came back are essentially identical. In this survey, which was a fairly short survey, we ran through a short set of additional information about each of the two measures. And again, if you heard the county measure, you heard information about a county measure. If you heard the regional measure, you heard that information. So this is the county measure information, just highlighting some of the things a measure could do. We see roads and potholes and transit improvements are both pretty similarly kind of reacted to in the context of this measure. 50% for each say that that's a convincing reason to support a local sales tax measure for the county. You'll notice that's below the 57 that supported the measure. We don't have, at least of the information we tested, anything that is particularly more compelling than just asking them, do you support this at this tax rate? And then similarly with the regional, we asked a battery. It's slightly different, but we intentionally kind of hit the same topics. What does it fund? What would the consequences be without it? We see for the regional tax, and this is very similar to what we saw from the MTC polling in the counties where this was tested, the threat of regional transit cuts, drastic cuts that might really affect service and lose service was sort of the most compelling. And you see it's a little bit more intense on this slide, but we still don't have really strong information that goes beyond where we are with the voters when we start in asking them the question. So we don't, the ballot questions themselves, I think, are clearly communicating what these measures are. The additional information that we're using here isn't telling them something they didn't probably already think from hearing the questions. We also did a short opposition statement that's here on this slide as well. And then these two represent the two measures. Again, left is the county, right is the regional, and the progression of the vote through the survey. So the initial vote is the one we already saw. They're on the left of each of these two charts, 57 for both. After we give them more information that we just looked at, it really didn't change their opinion, unsurprisingly, given what their reaction was to the information. And then at the opposition, where it's a general anti-tax, things are too expensive type of opposition, we see a little bit of a drop in support for each one. Both stay above that 50% threshold, so a little bit of vulnerability, but it's not drastic or dramatic based on that either. I did want to show just one other piece of information that may be helpful as you think about this tonight and talk about it. This slide represents the two numbers on the top are what we've just shown you. The two tax measures we tested in this poll in Santa Clara County were both at 57%, that initial vote. On the lower left, we did some polling. Caltrain did some polling a couple of months ago, you may recall, and asked about a 1/8 cent sales tax for Caltrain. So the measure was a slightly different measure. It was a 3-county measure. We wanted to show the number in Santa Clara County from that poll for the 1/8 cent sales tax that they asked about, a new 1/8 cent, and that was 53% in Santa Clara County. That was back in January, so a few months ago. Similarly, on the right, lower right, what that is the other 4 counties that are potentially part of the regional transportation measure. The poll results from those 4 counties and the variable rate measure that was tested without Santa Clara included. So this is Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco, and San Mateo County, all at a 1/2 cent, except San Francisco at 7/8. So the same question without Santa Clara, asked back in January on behalf of MTC with voters again, and it was 56% support in that region. So sort of the question on the regional about bringing in Santa Clara, you can see that the numbers are very similar in terms of support for a potential regional revenue measure in the other counties that are potentially part of that, as they are right now in Santa Clara County. That's the last slide I have. I'm happy to take any questions about the polling before I pass it to Aaron for more.
We are going
Great. Yeah, great. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that and just take board member questions about the polling. There's going to be more information after and options presented. So Starting on this side, are there any questions? Great. If we don't have any questions, we. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Director Jane.
The thing that I noticed was in Santa Clara County, as I see it, when you go to slide 10, the revenue measure wording, the half cent includes a lot of road improvements, whereas the split one doesn't have any road improvements, but it's 1/8 of a cent for Santa Clara. So does that mean that Santa Clara residents are willing to accept a higher tax from 1/8 to 1/2 if you include the road improvements? Because
I can start.
does that make sense to you?
It does make sense, and I understand the question, and you're correct to identify that the county sales tax measure is a transportation authority sales tax measure that can fund both road and infrastructure improvements as well as transit, whereas the regional sales tax measure is transit only, as is written in the current legislation. I would not necessarily assume that they are, because we didn't ask the same people these questions, that they're making any sort of trade-off like that in the question. I think the people that heard the county sales tax measure, where they heard it would pay for roads and it would pay for transit and it will cost 1/2 cent and it will generate $395 million a year, they heard all of that and that was their support level. And similarly with the regional, they heard transit only, 1/8 of a cent, and this much annual revenue throughout. And they reacted in essentially the same way. And I would interpret that to also mean they are not necessarily being particularly reactive to the different sales tax rates in a way that we can say the rates are sounding different to them. Now, I'm not going to imply that there's not cost sensitivity to taxes. There absolutely is cost sensitivity to taxes, but this is very consistent with all the other polling we've been doing, both in the county and the region. We're not seeing voters react differently to different rate increments. We're not necessarily seeing them react that differently to the inclusion or exclusion of particular things in the ballot question. In these questions. They are reacting to the idea of supporting transportation in this place that I live, whether it's the county or the region, and investing in that. So I don't know if that helps, but I wouldn't conclude that the thing they're reacting to is the combination of I heard roads and it's this much and that makes that worth it. I don't think we can quite make that entire jump, given that every poll that we have seen on a transportation tax, and this was true here and in other parts of the region, we haven't seen a lot of different reactions based on the tax rate in that way.
Okay, I think there's a lot of people that want to fix potholes and would vote for it for potholes. So by throwing that in, they're willing to accept 1/2 cent.
I think you can interpret it that way. I'm just suggesting that that might not be the only thing they're reacting to.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on just the polling? Okay. If not, I think we can keep going. Appreciate it.
Okay, and we are going to move toward Aaron Quigley, Senior Policy Analyst, who will talk about some of the things that we might consider as we look at actually either having a county measure or a regional measure, and what we might use those funds for, what we need to use the funds for. You want me to advance the slides?
I got it.
Okay. Okay.
Well, thank you, Beverly, and thank you, Chair and members of the board. I am starting my comments with the financial needs facing VTA and Santa Clara County, because in analyzing our options for SB 63, we certainly focused on VTA operations and service restoration needs as part of that. A key component, though, a key takeaway from the board workshop on our budget just last week, of course, though, was that new contributions to Caltrain, and specifically for this issue of their shortfalls, is not something that has an identified funding source, and so is not included in our budgets today, right? By contrast, of course, your operations and maintenance of the BSV extension and some of the capital needs in the core system are covered by our operations and maintenance agreement. On this slide, you see a slice of a number of different options that we explored. And we were reacting, of course, to our board direction just last month to look at public polling data, but also options for our board to consider. Just to run through those briefly, I would say option 1 is a 30-year 8-cent sales tax enacted in the 3 Caltrain partner counties on the ballot in 2026. Option 2 is essentially joining the SB 63 and the Transit Revenue Measure District for a 10 to 15-year sales tax at a half cent on the ballot also in 2026. Option 3 would be also within that new revenue measure district, but the bill would specify the tax rate in Santa Clara County would be at a lower level at the 8 cent. Option 4, that option would be our first purely local option that we explored. Option 4 represents a new half-cent Santa Clara County sales tax measure that would overlap with the existing 2000 Measure A sales tax until it expires in 2036. That would generate new funds to assist Caltrain during that time period, but then would replace our Measure A after that. Option 5 is focused exclusively on renewing and extending Measure A, possibly eliminating the sunset there. The next few slides, too, are sort of us trying to take a look at pros and cons for each of those options. Option 1 is retaining existing arrangements between the county funding partners and Caltrain, just like the existing Measure RR does. Counties put that measure on the ballot. In fact, Measure RR approval required 7 different boards to get it on the ballot in the first place, but it did allow our partner agencies to work through governance issues together. Option 2 would be enabled by that new revenue measure district. I would mention the board of the new district is currently defined as the MTC Commission, though that is subject to debate between the various counties and partners. And obviously some are looking at alternatives, including a structure of the governance of that new district being the transportation authorities of the participating counties.
Aaron, can you mention about the citizens initiative versus it going in, because that is also a difference on something like this?
Yes, we will definitely be getting to citizens initiatives. Under this slide, I would say, I would point out that return to source becomes a more significant issue. But I would just say that that's going to apply. Returning to source and decisions around citizens initiatives become an issue for all of the counties with regard to loss of board control. I'm going to move ahead. Option 3 has the same governance issue there, that you're talking about a loss of board control. Potentially on decisions around monies because you're giving that to the region. This one, though, does also require a variable rate, which has its own questions around legality about applying a tax at different rates to citizens in the same area. As I mentioned earlier, option 4 is an additional half cent that would overlap the existing 2000 Measure A. It would provide substantial new funding for about 8 years that would be able to handle short-term budget challenges for Caltrain, but it can't address structural budget issues there, if any. It does, for local transit as well, offer service continuity through 2056. And I would say there, sorry, option 5. Moving on to option 5, my apologies. This option is our renewal and extension of Measure A. It does not as a con, though, wouldn't be providing new revenues for Caltrain, right? So this is a purely extension of our existing revenue source. It might give us the flexibility to bond against future revenues from a possibly permanently extended measure, but that's not a new revenue source that could be used for new Caltrain deficits. Under some of the considerations that we're talking about in the next few slides, we're talking about maybe conditions, principles that could help guide our discussions with the authors and stakeholders in the coming weeks as we evaluate the possibility of joining the measure. So you'll see some of those on the screen. We're looking at how the funds would get distributed in the new district or in the county if we joined it. I would, on the next slide, I would point out that one of the related issues here would be the transit transformation initiatives and the currently defined 10% off the top that would go to fund some of these regional connectivity initiatives. I would say that we've certainly gotten signals from the author's office that they're open to a lower contribution amount, which might be appropriate considering the size of the sales taxes coming out of Santa Clara County. In terms of other conditions and principles, we're considering you'd be looking to have funding for transit operations for VTA, our bus and light rail, coming out of the remainder. So out of the monies remaining after you've contributed to Caltrain and transit transformation initiatives, and those might well be going to support our visionary network, the strategic expansion of our local transit network. So we would need to be looking at the application of any reforms, policies, regulations related to relief funding and their applicability to the expansion of our system. And also when we're talking about relief funding for regional systems, we just discussed on Friday that would need to fund entire systems of regional rail systems, and we just had a discussion earlier about the go-away extension, so I wanted to acknowledge that. Just as a reminder, SB 63 establishes a new tax district as well as authorizing a new tax in up to 5 counties. Our partners, the authors, our other counties are engaged in dialogue right now about how to determine the governance of that district, how the operational needs are assessed, how funding amounts are determined for distribution. Some of those options that have been been discussed to an extent include things like assigning the governance of the new district to the transit authorities. In our county, that would be VTA. Some upcoming deadlines. June 5th, we'll be back, as Beverly mentioned, to bring back to you the fruits of our dialogue with the authors and to solicit input from you on direction on joining the measure. June 6th is the deadline, of course, where this would need to get out of the Senate and move on to the Assembly. July 31st is the author's request for us to determine whether or not we want to be in or out. Sorry. And then, like I just mentioned, sort of our process here, we're going to hear input from you tonight on some of the governance and implementation issues that we just mentioned. We'll refine some of our recommendations and come back on June 5th. You'll be able to definitely weigh in at that point on whether or not to join.
And with that,
So with that, I think I just want to communicate. So tonight, what we want to, we threw the options up there fairly quickly. I know that, and some of the pros and cons. Some of the pros and cons are even a little unknown. So for example, we don't know whether a regional sales tax measure could only be used for transit. I know the portion that they'll have with the district could only be transit, but I don't know if any other remaining funds that go back to the county could be used for anything but transit. Those will be questions we have to understand. Because that also, whether it's a citizens initiative or whether we can vote, I think there's also a leaning towards a citizens initiative because it's pulling under the 2/3, or it's not very close to the 2/3. So the idea that could be a citizens initiative, there is a loss of board control there because they do have to have some ability to put the citizens themselves about what they want to have on the ballot. So there's a lot of considerations for us and what can we ask for out of the bill and what can't we ask for out of the bill. We're also talking about what would that transit, that actual regional transit district look like? Who are the board members to that? There's a lot of considerations that we might want to have discussions about this evening. We're not quite the same as Caltrain, which did support it earlier on today, because they actually have a deficit and they're looking for it. We have a deficit as well, but it's in a different situation. We're not part of the 4 that had the deficits that were highlighted. But then along with those deficits are I would say guidelines or things that they have to follow should they receive money through the program. There's just a number of things that we need to discuss, and some of those answers really affect the pros and the cons along the way and what we would offer. I also want to offer that you could combine 2 options. We could go in the regional measure and then ask for an extension of Measure Measure A in the future. So you could do something now with the regional measure and then do an extension of Measure A. So I think that's part of the discussion that I think we want to hear from the board. And I know it's late, but if we could have some conversations in direction from the board here, we would actually like to put a letter together under the chair's signature to go out to the authors of the bill.
Thank you. Let's go quickly to audience comment, public comment, and we have Jordan Moldow and Harry Neal in here. Please feel free to fill out a speaker card if there are more, and then we'll go to online after.
Jordan Moldow, City of San Jose. I wanted to speak in favor of the transit measure. We're in a dire need for funding for transit. All the agencies are, VTA included. So very supportive of going out to the voters and asking for that money. Specifically, strongly in favor of a measure that will put that money exclusively towards transit. Transit is in dire straits, and the climate is in dire straits, and we need all that revenue to go towards expanding transit and making it better, not just preventing cuts, not just making the cuts slightly less bad, but making the service great. That's going to be something that the constituents and the riders need, and that's what is going to resonate more with the voters, is having a transit system that we all deserve, where you can get from point A to point B quickly and easily without looking at your phone, without waiting for 20 minutes for a bus, and we need a lot more revenue for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry Neal, and then Betsy Megas.
Hello once again. It's me again. I want to highlight that something that Director Weinberg said at the recent workshop is that if we sign on to a regional measure and we are going for anything less than a half cent, we are scoring an own goal. I think it's a very, very accurate comment because, frankly, the amount of revenue that is projected to be generated with the current amounts is still insufficient. And if we end up signing up with a half cent, or who knows, maybe even more potentially, we would be able to generate a lot more revenue, not only to help out the region a little bit more, but also to make sure that we have enough money here, locally, returning to source, for us to seriously invest in improving our service. Please do take that to heart. Thank you.
Betsy Megas, City of Santa Clara, speaking for myself. I do ride VTA. I also ride Caltrain. I occasionally ride BART. And it's important that everybody be able to go everywhere they need to go. I think a regional sales tax measure or even a different funding source is a valuable thing to do here. In particular, I think that creates the opportunity to do a real regional integration of fares and schedules and all of the things that we need to get the different transit systems working together so that they really serve everybody in as efficient a way as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Vice Chair, we do have one hand raised over Zoom. And before we call on Adina Levin, I'd like to note for the record that written public comment was submitted for this item and is included in the online portal. Adina, please accept the unmute and begin speaking when ready.
Yes, Dina Levin, Phoenix Bay Area. Thanks for considering investing in transit. Strongly support options that help VTA put money toward the service improvements in the Visionary network. Also strongly support investments in the transit transformation, the fare and schedule and signs and paratransit coordination that make service better for people and help increase transit ridership. The Bay Pass All Agency Pass showed a 40% increase in transit ridership and 75% increase in transfers. San Jose State students are working on trying to get that continued. UC Berkeley students voted at 90% to continue it. It's popular, increases ridership. In terms of a Caltrain only measure, that would, think about San Francisco, that would mean that they need to put on 2 or 3 taxes. So look at what the second order effects would be. Thank you.
Does that conclude our public comment?
Yes, it does.
Thank you so much. Closing public comment, and we'll come back for board member comments and questions. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. And I might suggest we can move around if there are others, but maybe going back to the table with 5 columns on the options as perhaps a starting point. And Director Burt, why don't you start us off?
Thank you. So first, on the poll results, I was pleasantly surprised by the high right track opinion and the trend line on that. And we might have a number of different interpretations of that, but it's encouraging nevertheless. And then I noticed that we didn't have an undecided option apparently because it was added up to 100%. And that may have been deliberate, but that's often, no?
No, it was offered, or it was available, undecided was available. We do ask them how they vote. If they say, I don't know, we ask them, well, do you lean one way or another? So this represented everyone who gave an indication of direction. Nobody stayed neutral in the question in the poll.
Because often we'll have that, and that we think of that as our persuadable group. So, okay. And then under option 2, which I'm really looking at, so a number of things that I think are more in the pro column than we were looking at. First, we didn't have a deficit projected last year, but we now do. And so we were last year saying we would want these funds to restore service. If we had the revenue from option 2, we would be able to do both things, address our, well, 3 things: address our deficit, address our obligation to our share of the Caltrain deficit, whatever that works out being, which was not in our projected budget deficit. That was excluded from the budget deficit. And then have funds for other measures, whether combination of restoring bus service and potential capital projects, however we would see fit. So that's very interesting. Slide 26 says that there's 10% of new revenues for regional improvements. Actually, I believe it's currently up to 10%, and that's a point of contention, and one that's still, I believe, being negotiated on that. I will say that some of the regional improvements are important. A number of us are apprehensive as to whether it needs 10% of these funds. And then lastly, the chances of passing. And our measures in the past had not been citizen initiatives, but they were really led by the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and very strong leadership by Cara Guardino and very strong both fundraising and the campaign. And the leadership group no longer is willing to participate in these measures, or at least lead them. They're talking about consolidating with the Bay Area Council, which is even more problematic potentially for us. But on the regional measure, the MTC is anticipating that it would be a citizen initiative, and with a couple different options on who is prospectively going to lead that. Lastly, last year we had the state legislation was coupled on two initiatives, and the second one was the regional consolidation, and that's no longer part of SB 63. And so we don't have to worry about that issue. So I'm very intrigued by option number 2, and that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, Director Sell?
Some of these con statements say potential loss of VTA board control over sales taxes generated in Santa Clara County. So my understanding is in the future out years, we will have a deficit. So say we have one of these tax measures and it's a regional measure, how will we, given that the con says potential loss of VTA board control over, how will we ensure that that money will come back to VTA to help us with our deficit? And the deficit is tremendous, it's, an 20% reduction of staff in the next 2 years, and then beyond that, deficit spending for the next couple of years. So it is pretty big. So what assurances do we have in a citizen measure that the citizens measure will be written in such a way that the money will come back to Santa Clara County?
So I think that is, what you're saying is exactly something we'd want to put into a letter to make sure that that funding, that we cover our obligation to Caltrain, to the partners. BART is already covered separately at this time, and that we're really looking at, I hate to say, return to source or returning back whatever is not used for that. And then, but they might also have, there is also that transit transformation piece that we're also looking at, which we also have a desire to have that. We believe in transit transformation, some of it at the regional level and some of it we would like to implement ourselves, like transit signal priority, some of the connectivity issues regarding frequency of some of our routes. But I think those are things that we'd be wanting to address potentially in the letter. So that's a really good point, is really how can the legislation address that it does get returned back to VTA for transit purposes.
Yeah, and I don't know about the negotiations, but what I keep hearing is about like RR, we have to try to get this, get credit for RR, the taxpayers generate 55% of RR. Is that correct?
Currently, it's 50. Yeah, Greg can answer that. It's 55%.
As we see the deputy GM approach.
So we're in RR with 2 other counties. So my understanding is a fair share would be that each pays about 1/3, but our portion of our taxpayers pays 55%. So that extra percentage over 1/3, it seems like for RR, we need to negotiate that we get credit for that, so it's our fair share. Is that a correct understanding? Like, we're in this situation where our taxpayers in Santa Clara County pay more into RR than 1/3, and then so we have to go through negotiations to try to get credit for the extra amount that our taxpayers pay. Is that a understanding?
Yes, that's it, thank you.
You
No, I
explain
mean,
it better.
that is the one piece of what I would consider to be a 500-piece puzzle at this point. I mean, that's a negotiation that needs to happen to identify, so everyone understands, as the three partner agencies, as we've made the term, what is our fair share. So we need to define what is our fair share. And so our position and others would be, you allocate Measure RR appropriately within from the county's perspective as its contribution to Caltrain. It wouldn't necessarily be a third. It would probably be more appropriate based on ridership, and that's when you're getting in. We would still have a higher amount than others, but it wouldn't be 55. It would be closer to 40, 42%. But that is one piece of this conversation of trying to identify that fair share, so that we identify what our obligation is for Caltrain, which then leads to how do we go about finding a dedicated funding source, which is where either SB 63 or a separate measure on our part is the identified funding source to help support that obligation we have with Caltrain.
So I think one of the questions, so if we participated in a regional sales tax at a half cent, everybody was at a half cent. This was discussed last time. Roughly 1/3 of all the revenue generated would be coming from Santa Clara County. So the question is, do they take 35 to 40 million off for Caltrain, and then they return the remainder? Say we have 280 million. Do we get 240 million returned back to us? That is sort of what we're trying to preserve to be able to do our own transportation effects. So that's what it would be if it's a half cent. Oh, is that? I think it's I think Santa Clara County in the total would generate about 1/3 of the revenue if everybody was at a half cent. The 5 counties.
280 million.
Because we're 25% of the revenue, about 22% of the revenue if you add all 9 counties.
Okay.
Take out 4 of the counties, we have a larger share.
So for me, do we give our opinion now, or?
Yeah, feel free to give your
So,
comments.
For me, I would like to have a sales tax which pays just enough to pay our portion of the Caltrans. And then separately, in 2 years, we do our own separate tax that we're fully in control of. And then we don't have to negotiate with another 2 or 3 entities to get our money back. But I don't know if that's too simplistic, but that's just, I tend to be like, I want our money in our control. That's what I would like. And so I'll end there.
More comments or questions on this side? Yes. Director Kamei.
I would say ditto to what Director Sells just said. You know, it's really difficult. I mean, I think we want to be good players, and there's a tremendous benefit to do something regionally. I recognize that. But, you know, we're in a county where, you know, I mean, thank you to the public that has taxed themselves to be able to get to where we are. I mean, we're in a better situation than others. And, you know, like the question that was sort of rolling on in my mind is, you know, what is the real purpose? And, you know, is there a shared vision for where we want to get to with these, you know, other regional entities? You know, do we really want to generate a great transit system, or are we just trying to close the deficit? And I think that you know, these are questions. I mean, I don't know. I don't have answers. I just have a lot of questions, and so I just wonder. You know, it is going to take a lot, right? And regionally, it makes sense to have those connections, whether it's BART or Caltrain or, other other connectivity. But it is, it is unfortunate that we're the only ones that have really done a lot more to ask the public to tax themselves for better transit. And so I find that it's going to be very, very difficult for us, because as we keep going up in our sales tax, or, people are just fatigued.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
I worry about that. I worry about that.
one of the pros or cons is, maybe Evelyn, you can address, if it's in the regional measure and they increase the cap.
In the state tax code, there is a limit on sales tax revenues, and we know that there are 2 cities here in this county that have already reached that limit.
3.
3. Oh, thank you.
It's Beverly.
Thank you. So if we were to put something out right now or before our 2000 Measure A tax terminates, then we would need a change in our Enabling Act or some legislation that would allow us to surpass that limit.
Yeah, and I think that's a real problem, because we know that we're going to need more money, right? Or we're going to need the continuation of some of our measures. And so that puts us in sort of a funny predicament where, we're almost to the ceiling. And if there isn't the support to be able to change that, where they, sort of increase the ceiling, we're kind of stuck. So I worry about that.
I think the regional tax district would have the authority to go up and over our county limit. So that would be the difference. So, correct?
That's correct. In the legislation, there is a provision that says that the sales tax or the tax generated by this particular legislation is not counted toward that cap. So that's the legislation.
That's helpful. I mean, I think because if not, it just does tie our hands. So I don't know. I still am hesitant. I can be convinced, but I'm still hesitant, to really feel comfortable. And maybe with discussions of my colleagues, especially those who've been much more involved, I think it could help me have more clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Director Weinberg and Director Jane.
Thank you, Chair. I found ex officio member Burt's comments compelling, and I agree with his position.
Thank you. Director Jane.
Yes, per the EMC comments, option 2 and option 3 would probably poll the same. They'd probably get the same number of votes. So I would prefer option 2 over option 3, because we'll support Caltrain and then we'd have extra money for other transit uses. But in regards to return to source, I made this comment under the discussion of SB 1031, where here we are spending $6 billion to extend BART, and if BART fails and goes to 1 hour headways or whatever they're thinking, it just doesn't make sense. So I like return to source, but maybe not 100%, maybe 90% or something. But we can't let BART fail.
Thank you. Director Abakoga, and then Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, and appreciate all of my colleagues' comments. So I was going to suggest, I don't know if we want to take a position today, but if we were to, that we do a support if amended position, because as much as I do support option 2, and much of what Director Burt outlined are the reasons why I would support it. I think, and then in response to Director Sell's comments about Caltrain and our fair share, as you know, I've been a part of that, and right now we're looking at something about $75 million a deficit for Caltrain. So if we split it 3 ways, it would be 25 million each. We're negotiating some of that. So it's not going to be a huge swing, frankly. So, you know, all of these would cover our Caltrain share and then give us a little, give us more. And I looking at the poll numbers, I think that, you know, they're pretty much the same. And it's not like we can do this all the time. So if we're going to go for it, let's just go for it and go all in. And I do think about, again, as I mentioned last week, you know, I don't think we can just stay status quo. We really have to, you know, to make a big move and be transformational. And I do really support our visionary network strategic plan. And if I remember correctly, it's something like 77 million that we would need to, I know there's some capital costs, but to be able to operate at that level. And so the half cent would get us to that point. So that's why I support option 2. Yes, you know, as Commissioner Burt mentioned, I was all on the track of let's do our own measure, you know, and then contribute to MTC, because frankly, in the past, it's been our county that has carried some of these regional measures, whether it's RM3 or some of the other measures, I think even Measure RR. So I was really, frankly, surprised, rather shocked that our polling has come in the lowest with MTC and even Caltrain. So that's where I started shifting my thought on this. And you know, usually if we carry them, I mean, and I know this is still, you know, a year or a year and a half ahead, but at this point, and it's not huge, but if I feel like us joining the regional measure would be more beneficial to us, like the measure might be able to help us get over and then as mentioned, being a citizen initiative, and I know there's some challenges with that. I have concerns about that, but the threshold of 50+1 just, you know, we can do it. I just don't think we're anywhere near going at 67%, and I think that's what we would be looking at down the road. And then the cap, as mentioned, the cap doesn't count with the regional measure, but we would have to get legislation if we decide to do our own. So many things have changed, as Director Burt mentioned before, and that's why I'm pretty convinced that we should go in with the regional measure, but not without some of the concerns being addressed. And so I wanted to suggest that if we do and I think we should do a letter similar to what San Mateo County did, and I would include in that letter that, one, we distribute 100% of the regional measure funds directly to the counties. That would allow local governments to allocate the revenues based on our existing agreements. So because we have an existing agreement with BART, we want to keep that intact, I believe. So having the monies come to us directly would enable us to be able to make good on our agreements. To the transit transformation funding, that's that up to 10%. I think that the MTC Commission, we have a regular process of determining how that funding is spent, and I think it should be decided upon by the Commission, and frankly, I would like to see a detailed implementation and expenditure plan with that. I have some concerns because there's already existing transformational network work being done. I mentioned this earlier, but I believe we've spent $36 million on a wayfinding pilot project without any guarantee that they're going to continue to do wayfinding. And I think it was $100 million total funding. So I think we really need to have a strict expenditure plan and a clear one. And then we should have as I think it was in the slide, that the MTC is currently the 9 Bay Area counties, or made up of the 9 Bay Area counties, but if only 4 or 5, or 3, 4 or 5 counties are in this measure, it should be only those counties that are on the governance of this revenue measure. And then there was one other thing that my staff brought up, but the deadline for us to opt in, we've been told July 31st, but I believe we've also been told that there will be amendments that will be made to the bill potentially after that. So I would ask that we have until the final language of the bill is determined for us to make our final decision whether to opt in or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, do you want to go ahead and then I'll wrap?
Yeah, well, I think Director Abe-Koga pretty much took my recommendation. I think that pretty much summarized. I think it's important for us to speak with one clear voice to the legislature about our red lines, if you will. What are our requirements for potentially opting in? I think this point about timing is really important. I do not think we should respond to an artificial deadline that has us take a support position or a decision to opt in prior to knowing what the final terms and conditions are. Like with any contract, you don't sign until it's final and there are no changes. I would add, and I don't know if this body wants to include in that letter any comments on our position on Caltrain governance or fair share, but these are topics that are being discussed as part of the overall health of our regional transit networks. You covered return to source. We talked about additional time for opt-in and not opting in until terms are final. I completely agree with return to source, including transit transformation and better understanding from MTC, an itemized list of the actual investments and what the community will get, and ensuring that there's a fair portion of those that will impact our residents here in Santa Clara County. Critically important that the transit authorities own the governance of this body, since it is a subset of the region. And then I did have one question though. So I think very aligned on that idea, and we saw last year when we were clear in public letters to MTC about what our conditions were, people responded well to that. I think they appreciated that clarity. I think we need to do the same thing with the legislature here. On option 2, and I heard Director Burt and Abe-Koga both speak favorably, as I think others did. I have a little bit of a concern, and maybe I'm just missing something here, but if it says 10 to 15 years, if that were to be 10 years, and we have a half-cent increase, we could inadvertently put ourselves in a position where we're used to a higher level of revenue than we have had. We make commitments to higher service levels or other commitments to Caltrain or others, because we're going to spend that money for the good of the community, and we could be in a position of having 2 half-cent or a full cent expiring in the same year or potentially within a very short number of years. We could just be, as I understand correctly, we could just pushing out a massive cliff a decade from now. And I'd want to better understand how we would mitigate against that, and would we demand that it be 15 years so they're staggered, or should we give a harder look to 2028, although it's risky because polling could change. Maybe those favorability, those right track, wrong track numbers change, but it makes me very nervous to think we could have that much revenue on the line at the same time.
Yeah, so I'll respond first. I would offer that we probably would want to see a 15-year if we went that route, just to provide that gap that would be necessary. You're absolutely right, though, just so everyone's on the same page, that, if we did the 10-year, then by 2036, effectively, you've got both measures that would be eliminated. And that becomes a difficult exercise for us, most assuredly. I think if we do the 10 to 15 in the option 2, then we're already thinking about a renewal of Measure A. So that becomes then the secondary piece of what is it that we're going to do to make sure that Measure A is renewed in the 2036 timeframe or sometime before then. But we have to have that on the plate as a conversation.
And there are 3 presidential elections before it would end. So there would be 28, there would be 32, and there would be 36.
So our sales tax actually does sunset in 2036. because it was a sales tax that was passed in 2000 and began on May 1st, 2006. I think it was May 1st, 2006. Something like that. But it didn't start in 2007. It began in 2006. It'll end before that.
Yeah, it would have been.
So we do have to be careful about the 2036 presidential election, because we might have 9 months of not, it is one, those are considerations as well. The one thing about an extension of Measure A would be we would not be hitting the cap, per se. We wouldn't be hitting the cap, as long as nobody else goes in there and hits the cap with us.
Well, I think a related question on the cap, I was just thinking about having that much money expiring, hitting a cliff in the same year. And the cap would presumably only be extended or expanded by the legislature for the duration of this measure. So we'd have to potentially expand the cap a half cent and renew a full cent worth if we wanted to keep operating dollars flowing at that same level that we would have become accustomed to at that point. Is that fair to say? That seems like a potentially heavy lift. Just seems like a real risk. We could be setting up a significant cliff in 10 years.
I think what we would be, Measure A is, this is going to be really difficult. Measure A is specifically for transit and for transit projects, the current measure. But we do have a lot of that. Most of the remaining money, as the board knows, is for BART and for some other projects. But a lot of it, 21% of it is going to transit operations at that point. So we
You're right,
could
it's
lose
not all
that.
of it for sure.
It's
Yeah,
not all of
that's-
it,
yeah,
but it is
it's
a big.
substantial amount of
But
money.
it's 21%, so we would have to actually prepare that. You would have to assume, and this is the one thing we'd want, is we would want, if it's a transit-only sales tax from the transit district, it comes back to us, and that's all we can spend it on is transit, that we could spend it on both operations and capital, because we need it for capital as well. And that way you'd try to balance your one-time expenditures and be able to fill it in with operating later. So there are things that can be done. We just, whatever gets decided, we would have to figure that out.
Okay. Well, I would just request that whatever we put in our letter to the legislature, that we really think through the dynamic of the flexibility that we need, whether it's potholes, to Director Jane's point, or it's the balance between operating and capital. We're getting this data, it's all very fresh, I know, but I want to think a little more about where we could be in 10
So that
years.
would be a question for the board, is do you want the flexibility to use it outside of transit? Because at this point, it is a regional transit measure. And I don't know, that could be a request. If it's a citizens initiative,
We may not have a choice.
you may not have a choice unless it's in the legislature, but you still wouldn't have a choice. The citizens initiative would define that. So that is one thing, that we would have to want to consider is to understand that it may fully be used for transit, but there's a lot we want to do with light rail. We don't have any funding for new fleets, operations, other activities we want to do.
Given the loss of control there, and I think we should signal that we're still open to joining the regional measure in 26. I think we should be very clear about our requirements, which I think Director Abe-Koga outlined well. But I do think we should continue to examine option, I think it was 4, that folks were also looking at, where we would have total control over our own destiny. We would not be subject to both the whim of the legislature and whoever goes out and figures out how to put this on the ballot this year.
Yeah, and just to let you know, I do think option 1 is probably off the table as another, at this point, because in 2026, San Francisco, who has a large deficit, is probably going to support the regional tax, also go out for another transportation tax that's specific to the county, and so they don't have a desire to put a third tax on here that's just a Caltrain specific in 2026.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Great. I appreciate the comment. Do we have from Director Arenas? Go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, I was starting to feel uncomfortable talking about already sending a letter or some indication that we would be supportive one way or another just yet. I'm interested in option 2, but I'm also interested in option 4 because of that because of the actual control that this body would have. And I think we've learned from lessons in the past that our county gets overlooked regionally. And I just don't want us to forget that lesson. And so as this conversation develops, I think, I hope that we can maybe put together some of the recommendations that we heard on the dais and see where the group actually lands collectively. Because it can't just be one voice. We have to make sure that collectively we're agreeing to something. And I know we're not doing that tonight, but I thought we were moving in that direction and made me feel very uncomfortable. Anyways, I'd love to continue to explore option 4. I think the piece about the control is really important, especially as different sources of funding are absolutely unstable everywhere.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Director Candelas.
No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly piggyback on comments from Director Arenas and Vice Chair Mahan with regards to, options 2 and 4. I don't think we should be looking at it. I don't think that's what we're doing with regards to it's an either or. I think it's a yes and conversation with regards to the opt-in. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done. And I'm glad, to Director Abakoga's points, some hesitations on making sure that we have return to source dollars and that we have certain things that still need to be worked out. I do want to provide a little caution. From where this bill was upon its introduction to where it is now, we hold that leverage with regards to not opting in. So let's hold on to that as much as we can with as much negotiating ability that we can offer with regards to something that's beneficial for not just VTA, but our residents and our voters, because that's huge leverage that I don't necessarily think we should give away. So I would even go as far as to say is we should be monitoring and willing to be able to pivot on a quarter, given the timing, the legislative timing that we have for the bill to actually go through the process, not just from committee to committee, but from House of Origin to other. And so, I appreciate the work that's been done with regards to the sales tax cap and not being hindered by that. So we can have the authority and ability to be able to go do that in the future with this regional measure. That's huge. But I also, think that there's also, some strength with regards to who that authority in this new regional transit district or whatever, where that lies. And so that should also be something that we should negotiate with the author and see how we can get some VTA voices should we go that route on the second option. Thanks.
Thanks so much. I'll try to, I'll address a few different things. I really appreciate the substantive discussion. Agree and look forward to the discussion of a letter of what would be our hard lines. I just want to understand and make sure it's clear the board what the process would be. There's going to be some internal discussions. We have not necessarily for this letter, but on this sort of topic, have empowered an ad hoc comprised of the MTC commissioners and board leadership and chair. I think that would be an appropriate venue to bring this back. Would the expectation then be that the text comes back to the board for approval? Was the thinking with staff having absorbed the feedback?
We can do that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the time frame is tight.
Yeah.
We'll be coming back in 4 weeks with more information, and then, June 5th, right? So 5 weeks. We actually have 5 weeks, an extra week this month. So we actually could do that, and then but I do think us getting some text in on the information regarding a letter to them on where our lines are, I think that's the first priority right now?
I just want to be really clear, so the board knows what to expect, and there aren't surprises when we come back next month. So if the
So-
feedback is that will be too much of a delay, then I want that to be clear tonight, and for the direction to be clear to staff.
Too much a delay to have an ad hoc committee?
No, too much of a delay by the June 5th board meeting to bring back a text of a letter. If staff feels that we need to get that in sooner.
I think we need to get it in sooner. What do you think, Beverly?
Well, there's the issue of timing that we just talked about, that people recognized. There is a June 6th deadline. However, there will continue to be amendments and changes and negotiating continually after June 6th in the other house.
But should we have our letter out before June 5th? I mean, my sense is we should have it this month so that when we have discussions, any of us have discussions, that we're able to have those conversations about why this is it. Now, we might want to come back and say, we're not taking a position on the bill, at least right now.
Yeah.
But I do think to have some of these base things like, what do we think about transformation? 10% may be too high, and that we would like a plan to understand what that was, and that we have our own needs. I mean, I want to make sure that we're not, what I've said very clear is I don't want to compete for transformation funding. I don't want them to put another pot together for us to compete against, so I want some of it to come back. Return to source is important for us, particularly if you're looking at, roughly, 5/6 of it coming back to us. I want to make sure it's going to come back. And so I think there's some other questions regarding, what we think about the task.
So I don't think tonight we're going to draft the text of what that is and all
No,
the provisions,
think
but I
we
just
need
want to
to-
make sure, the direction is clear. And I'm hearing from staff that ideally we'll need to submit something this month. Let me recognize ex officio Burt and Director Foley, and I also invite if those who brought up the letter have ideas on how to proceed. Again, I brought up one suggestion, which was the ad hoc, but go ahead.
So one thing we didn't talk about is that San Mateo County has already submitted their version of a letter of what they want in order to opt in. And it's meaning that they're already essentially at the negotiating table. So the sooner we get our position, the better for us being able to work through the things that are important to us and then bring it back to the board, hopefully with as many of those resolved as possible in June. And so I'd suggest that we take the input from the board tonight and have a letter that staff works on, have the ad hoc bless it, and get going.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Okay, I'm a little confused about the direction we're going. I didn't think we were taking a vote, but if we're authorizing a letter to go forward, it seems to me that we're having to take a vote on that direction. Is the letter saying that we're supporting SB 63 if it includes these things? And if so, I don't know that we're prepared to vote on that. That's not even agendized today. It's an information item, so I'm not sure we could vote on it. But what I'm hearing, I like the suggestion of the ad hoc committee meeting and then coming back to here. Beverly, you've been a little, what I heard you say is that June 5th we should work on a letter, but June 6th is the deadline.
We're moving.
Right. But June 5th is the day before, so if we could approve it, we can still signal how we feel in the letter at that point.
So
I'm not comfortable where this conversation is going because we've talked about option 2, we've talked about option 4, we've talked about option 5. Director Abakoga, thank you. You had some great suggestions, and I'd like to personally see that. I'm having a hard time saying, yes, we support if amended with all these things. I'm just not ready to say yes on anything at this point.
And then let me, before staff addresses that, let me just share my interpretation, because I think those are valid, or my understanding of what the discussion was. A letter would not, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, would not commit us to supporting legislation. It would just be, if we supported, which would be an entirely a separate board discussion, these are some of the things which would need to be considerations. That was how I heard
I think it's
what was said.
considerations about opting in.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Abacoga.
Which is less,
Yes.
the support would come later as to whether we get the amendments, but really, we need to, there's an interest in us, well, I guess we're showing some interest to opt in. There's an interest in us opting in, but we need some discussion points with them. And I think Director Burt said it the right way, where he said San Mateo already put their points out there for the considerations of opting in, which is it's not that we would, but we want to, which is different than even supporting the bill.
The issue as I see it, and I think we're hitting on the right one, and then Director Abacoga, I'll go to you, is that if, my understanding is if we wait until the June discussion, then we won't have the ability, or will substantially give up our ability to drive the language and getting it to a direction that we could potentially support. So that is what we're trying to balance. Director Abacoga, do you have other
Thank you,
thoughts?
Chair. Yes, so I was actually looking at bifurcating it. So the letter would address the legislation. So we can make it even vaguer and say we're considering, or, we would highly consider supporting the bill if these conditions were met. But supporting the bill doesn't mean that we're opting in. Like, that would be a later discussion or decision. So once the bill is finalized, then at that point we can decide whether we're opting in or out. Like, I would like to leave that flexibility in whatever we decide to do today, because we don't know what the bill's going to look like at the end. And if they don't take any of these recommendations, then I would reconsider. So that's how I was looking at this. Do the
Yeah,
letter.
I think I know we shouldn't worry about the July 31st deadline, either about opting in or not. But I think I just want to make sure that we have whatever considerations we need to start putting forward as to whether we would even opt in.
Yes.
That's really the concern, because what they really want to understand is, are we going to opt in or not? And we want to say, well, what's a bill going to, it's like a chicken and an egg, but we need to at least say these
This is
are the
what we
things
want.
that we want to have you have in the bill, or at least address.
So to allow us to move forward, my suggestion would be, as was mentioned, we've heard the direction, we understand that there's more discussions, different options, what the considerations would be, but to empower the ad hoc to have those discussions with staff, to give staff the leverage, understanding that there will be multiple future decision points that will come back to this board, and the ultimate decision about whether to support or whether to opt in to the bill, to the measure is something that'll come back to be a decision of this board. Should we take a motion on
Through
what
the
was said?
chair.
I think the direction is clear. Okay.
Through the chair, Arenas.
Director Arenas.
So it isn't quite clear to me, because this presentation was provided last minute, like at 3 p.m. This is informational. Now we're saying that we're going to provide our conditions in order to be considered, but we're not committing to this. We're in fact committing to it if we're saying, well, take all of these things into consideration, then we will probably commit. And so we're walking ourselves halfway there. So let's not pretend that's not what we're doing. And I don't think it's, I think we should just either say it or not say it. And then what happens with the possibility of the option 4 if all we are talking about is letting folks know about what our criteria is in order for us to opt in? Then the other option goes away. We haven't even talked about what that actually looks like. Would the ad hoc committee also discuss the option 4? I mean, what else are we going to do aside from detailing out the criteria that the ad hoc committee is going to say we agreed to, but not the whole board? So I'm really uncomfortable with that direction currently. And for this to be an information item, and then for you to drop it last minute, and then for us to continue to move ahead but not move ahead is not forthcoming to the whole board. If that was what the item was supposed to be, then we should have clearly labeled it as such.
I appreciate the perspective very much. I will say I disagree on where we're on the process that writing a letter commits us to supporting that. That is not my interpretation of where we are. And I also add that in response to your question that the authority to do our own sales tax measure that we control always remains with this board. The letter would not touch on that. And so there are a lot of good points that were brought up regarding option 4 and others, that's not something that.
Right, but what I'm asking is,
It's
what
in
are
the
the next
legislation.
steps for option 4 if all we are doing is following up on option 2?
And it's not mutually exclusive. Those would be future board discussions.
And when is that discussion happening? And that could be staff, you don't have to answer.
Oh.
When is that?
Yeah, what is the rest of the process?
We were planning on coming back with more information in June. I mean, at the June meeting to start to discuss sort of recommendations around these options, what we think as staff, where the board should go, or at least offer 2 options, set of 5, things that we were looking at. I think right now we looked at 5 just to show all the different permutations and the different decision points that would need to be made and the different characteristics of each. But I think we could come back. We're planning on coming back June 5th with a recommendation, but I'm not sure if we would be ready. The next opportunity would be, we have another meeting in June.
Right. Right.
As well. So we have a second meeting in June, a second board meeting in June.
Okay. And when will the ad hoc committee meet in between?
That's not currently scheduled, but the ad hoc has the ability. It would be next week, I think, realistically. We'll make sure we do that promptly.
Okay, listen, I'm not comfortable with the way that this is getting carried out, and I'll wait until June to really and to learn more about each of those 2 options. At this point, I think if we were supposed to be making a decision or a recommendation, I would appreciate the presentation being given to us earlier than just the same day.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Director Turner?
Yeah, I'm a bit uncomfortable with it, too. I know we're saying we're not even sure what SB 63 will look like at the end. I don't even know what it looks like right now, personally. I haven't had a chance to read it. If this is it, it's still a little bit foggy for me. So I would prefer to wait for a letter. It doesn't sound like even if we don't get it in, we've missed our opportunity. I get it about influencing early, but we still have an option to opt in after that. So I'm uncomfortable with it as well. Yeah.
I think could we wait till June to put the letter in, to come back, let the ad hoc committee do some work?
We could. Additionally, we are continually negotiating, discussing things with
We're not
staff.
negotiating, right. So I think we could probably wait till June. I think there's enough direction that if we were talking, anybody was talking to one of the authors, that they all understand that we're very much want to have the monies be retained and as much control by VTA, right? That we've always said that is not still a principle that has changed. So there are certain things that if we run into the authors or whatever, because they do meet with a number of us at different times because they come to a lot of our own forums. And so, but we sort of stand by the old principles because they're still pretty much the same. We want to have control of the dollars and in the sense of what it gets spent for.
And that would just be my
So
feedback
if they know this, then why aren't they already including all of this? If this is nothing new, why do we have to write a letter? If they wanted us in, they would already.
Aaron, do you want to address this? Because I think there is some plans to do it, but we're not as sure.
I would say broadly, you're talking about a bill that was intended as a relief funding source for 4 agencies, just getting back to the beginning. So your question's really well taken. The literal answer is because right now that bill is intended to help AC Transit, BART, Caltrain, and Muni, and we would be contemplating joining it. So we would, I think we originally envisioned that letter as a way of formalizing some, like if we were to go down that, but I'm not assuming the board's direction on this in June, but you'd need to explain to them under what conditions you might join a measure like that and get their feedback, and then you'd be coming back in June 5th or 20, whatever that is, the second one, for action. But it was an attempt to put something on paper to put in front of the authors and get their feedback on so that we could come back to you with that.
I appreciate that, Aaron.
Vice Chair Mahan.
Yeah, I can just give a little bit of context, and we should probably move on to whatever else is on our agenda in closed session. I mean, look, first, this was agendized as an informational item, so I think we should just respect that and not take action, and that's fine. In the future, we may want to give ourselves more flexibility if we think there may be board direction of some kind, just so that we have that option. In terms of the letter, some of you, at least those of you who were on the board last year, we have a lot of new members, may remember that there was a previous iteration of a regional measure. And I was working closely with our chair at the time, former Supervisor Chavez. I put forward a letter to MTC. There were 3 of us up at MTC who made very clear what a few of our red lines were. And we said, we are absolutely not participating in a regional measure unless at least these things are included. And that gave us a lot of leverage to be very clear about our red lines. Ultimately, that entire effort fell apart in Sacramento, never was authorized, and it became a moot point. Here we are next year. This is our second go-round of a regional measure, and we're actually thinking this time, to Director Burt's point, there may be some reasons, given new conditions between polling and our projected deficit, we may want to opt in, but with certain conditions. The only gap in our negotiating position as a county and as an agency is we have not formally put out in writing what our red lines are. Now, some of us in conversation are borrowing from our position last year to know we want return to source, for example. If there's going to be an investment or a commitment to the regional transformation projects, it can't be more than 10%, and we would like to control half of those locally. So that was our position last year. So I think the idea, and I think some of us who have been on the board for a couple of years are probably taking for granted that we went through this entire process, had a letter out there. It happened to come from me, not officially from the board last year, but we had a letter, and what we observed at MTC last month was that San Mateo County had formally put forward a letter as a county and said, these are the 5 things we want. And so they just kind of put that in writing. And I do think, frankly, to staff, we're a little behind this year. And I think we should have been talking about a letter a month ago. Our counterparts in San Mateo County got ahead of us and put out their conditions in this iteration of the legislation. Unfortunately, we're not in a position to take action on an informational item tonight. I do think, to Carolyn's point, things like return to source, I think we can all be confident are going to continue to be our position just as they were last year. But I don't think, based on the conversation, and Chair, it's up to you how you want to take this, but I don't think that we're in a position to take a vote tonight. So we'll have to come back in a month, and in the meantime, individually as MTC commissioners and whatnot, we'll all be engaging with folks in Sacramento. And maybe to final point to Director Candelas' point, we don't want to give up leverage prematurely. Let's not rush to get to a position of support. Let's continue to have the conversation and see how it plays out. So anyway, just trying to give a little bit of context for folks who are new this year on the board.
Absolutely appreciate that in the discussion from everyone, the input, and the collaborative approach. Thank you to staff, and look forward to continuing those discussions.
Thank you.
With that, I do want to move us. We put our next item on consent. So that takes us to item 8.1, items of concern referral to administration. Are there any referrals today from colleagues? Are there any, 8.2, announcements? Are there any announcements? No? And since we completed our public comment, that takes us to closed session. We will be meeting in room 157 for colleagues. As a reminder, 9.1A and 9.1B were removed from the agenda, so we will discuss 9.1C, 9.1D, and 9.1DX during closed session. Before we go, are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on closed session items, either in person or online?
Yes, Chair, we have one hand raised, and before I call on Roland, I'd like to note for the record that written public comment was submitted and is included in the online portal. Roland, please accept the unmute and begin speaking whenever ready.
Thank you, and I hope you had the opportunity to read a couple of articles I included in my message. On item C, what I would like you to do is to be responsible fiscally. I would like you to be compassionate and treat our most important asset with respect. And as you may have read in the articles, right now, $100,000 a year in Santa Clara County is the poverty line. With item D, what I would like you to do is to drop that lawsuit as soon as the new contracts are signed. Thank you and good night.
And there are no more hands raised.
Thank you. Close this public comment, and we'll go to room 157 and then report back after. Thank you.
So I got to go with y'all. Now and getting something to eat. So yeah, just like.
You complain and you want to keep spending and the money, it's our money. You're spending our money.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You're right, and now when they need the help, they gotta rely on us and nobody's used to it. I will say San Mateo has, they do not.
Yeah, Joe.
They don't even know what they should just put it aside, because we're measuring all your.
An hour.
Still safe.
But, you know, who really knows?
No one knows, but
The
that's
only
why
thing is
Vanessa,
they're gonna push it, put some money.
I never hold anyone accountable. There's no way you
I
don't.
know
Oh,
they
right,
want to
yeah,
make money from San Mateo.
an hour is the estimate. So we'll see.
I'm worried.
We'll see how that goes.
I'm not saying.
Is Ron responsible? I don't know. I can move my stuff. I don't want to take up like half the chairs. I know, that's a weird concept.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just really looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, okay.
I guess in a way you can say it was a lively. I'm so sorry, I just have to eat. Sorry, but I have to eat before I do something. I'm like, I was like, I'll eat, but I gotta eat first. 'Cause if I don't eat, we're nowhere.
Recording stopped. Russ, they're coming back. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I just need 2 more. I think we have 7 now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is that?
Yeah, that's with you 7. Go.
Thank you. We're now back in open session, and our
Recording in
general
progress.
counsel will report out.
Thank you, Chair. The board did not take any reportable action in closed session tonight.
Thank you, and we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone, very much.